Uh-oh. I think we might have some late audio. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Cool. All right. So for those of you who missed it last time, we ended the chapter. Well, we ended like the free roam part of the chapter of chapter 4. Mechamaru died. We don't know how. Yeah, there he is again, taken off. God, I have no idea who did it. I have no idea who this is building up to. I've got some suspicions on Soda, on Kazuichi Soda. I've got some suspicions on, who else? Oh God, who else? I don't remember. It's been 2 days, I don't remember. I'm planning on buying Cyberpunk at some point, probably. Not right off the bat, though. I think Eston and I were talking about this the other day. Maybe it was for our podcast on Monday. I don't particularly care about Cyberpunk. I'm excited to see people go through it, and I don't care about being spoiled to see what things are, how they play out. It exists. It's fine. If I get on sale, if it's a gift, it's whatever, I'll play it, but I don't plan on seeking it out. Nothing about it really holds my attention. Apart from the visuals, it looks really pretty. That's pretty much it. Right, so we're going right at... I actually like this background. Looks like candy. No idea what it's about, but I'd buy it first day. Yeah, that's fair, dude. I mean, do you like other cyberpunky stuff? The first thing I think of is Shadowrun. God, I love the world of Shadowrun. It's really, really cool. I like the idea of it. If you haven't, who have I seen that did a really good... They've done really good sessions of the tabletop cyberpunk game. I think it might have been Polygon. I think Polygon had a good series on YouTube going over the OG tabletop game for Cyberpunk. So if you're interested and you like tabletop RP stuff, I definitely recommend going to check that out.
Hey, come on now.
What's your catchphrase? Let's just get on with it already.
Now I'm really angry.
Poor Monami. Monami does not deserve this shit at all.
Now then.
Can we just start? Hope this will never happen again. Now it's happening for the 4th time. Oh. The curtain to the 4th class trial was about to open. There we go. All right. So yeah, this is Mechamaru, the ultimate team manager. So the things that okay, the things that are notable. All the murders so far have been similar to the murders from the first game. We had an accidental murder, not accidental, the murder who wasn't meant for. We had the double murder. We had the apparent suicide. We've got a lot of stuff that echoes the first game. It's been intentionally brought up. So that makes me wonder, there is a room. We discovered a room. The Final Dead Room, I believe it was called. And to get out, one had to play a game of Russian roulette. And Mechamaru here is able to just tank a bazooka straight to the chest. So I'm wondering if he went through that room, got whatever he needed, and offed himself, being, well, Mech, and was able to let everyone else live because they were able to eat. they were able to get food again. That's kind of my running theory right now. I don't know who in the current like class lineup would have done this. Oh, I think I had suspicions on Jackie as well, because she's the ultimate gamer, and I feel like the escape room thing might have been up her alley, especially since she mentioned playing adventure games. But I don't know. Is more man than any of us, despite being like 99% mech. Just when I finally got used to his new form, he died. Oh man. Look at all the red that's gonna go on here. Oh god, it's insane. I also beg the question to you guys, like, again, how many people are still alive? 8? Well, I guess 9 now. Sorry. 9, 8 now, maybe? I don't remember. If everyone is starving and they're not allowed food until someone is killed, and that means that you'll have all 9 people die. Are 2 deaths is 1 death, and assuming the second death, worth the action? Right? Like, I'm still trying to like justify this, if possible. What's up, Elfian? How you doing? Oh, I miss Pekko already. Life-threatening trial building with hope and despair has begun. Let's go. Yeah, we'll save. Why not? I don't think I can say anything. I don't think I picked up anything else. Wait, can I get stuff? Right now? I can't. I wonder if it'd be worth it to like try to buy stuff. Same time, I don't want to read. I'm lazy. Oh, that sounds kind of nice. I've had some issues with the jumping. Cool. Yeah, I saw that. I'm excited to see what the demo has to offer. I'm still so mad that I missed. Yeah, there it is. I missed the Pekko and the Ibuki. God. All right, let's just start. I'm not gonna worry about this yet.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial.
I don't know how I feel about Melody of Memory yet, but I'm excited to see the demo and like see what it has to offer or how it plays out. From what I heard, like there's supposed to be like a lot of content, like a lot of songs packed in it, that's exciting. That's really exciting.
During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island. I'm sure you guys are starving by now, but let's get revved up and raring to go! Whoever survives will be treated to a fancy lunch. Guess what? Rabbit curry is on the menu.
Is that Monami?
I'm not the main ingredient, right? I'm here today because Coach Mechamarus risked his life to protect me. I'm going to be the one who avenges him. I'll definitely find out who the killer is.
What does the Mario translate out to? Because I'm assuming Neko it's cat, right? But
I'm definitely not tempted by curry. Got it?
I still have some curry mix I need to make.
You seem to have an impressive
God, I'm
amount
really
of
hungry.
drool flowing from your mouth.
I'm really hungry now.
Why don't we try going over the incident? We weren't able to leave Strawberry House, so I want to make sure we get a detailed understanding.
I discovered Nekomaru's body a little before 7 a.m. I headed over to Grape Tower from Monokuma Taichi and found the body there. Hajime and Chiaki were also with me.
Hajime was with Miss Sonia and Chiaki that early in the morning? Don't tell me you three were together since last night!
Imbecile! I am not some woman with flexible legs.
What?
Of course you're not. You're much classier than that.
I'm sorry, what?
Those. I could probably do the splits real easy.
We just happened to run into each other on the first floor of Grape House and went to the tower together.
Sonya is very,
And then, the three of us
forward,
discovered
we'll say.
Nekomaru's body.
The body discovery announcement was made soon after. Akane heard that and rushed over.
We heard the body
What's up, Lightning?
discovery announcement too, from Strawberry House, obviously. As I recall, we found out the elevator was out of order, which left us stuck.
So we decided to go to the tower for the time being.
That's
and headed for
every moment.
Strawberry Hall.
That's every moment, Lightning.
But someone even broke Strawberry
There's always
Hall's
something.
door button. We couldn't go anywhere because of that.
Thinking we should at least find some method to communicate, we set our sights on the lounge telephone.
Forget these boring intros. Let's talk about the killer. Anyway, it's definitely someone from Strawberry House.
Is it though?
Definitely.
There's no way a chick would kill someone so cruelly. So it must be one of you Strawberry House dudes.
That sounds like a great way to deflect.
Hurry up and confess, or I'll break all of you in half.
You're the cruelest one here.
Now, enough with the lovers' quarrel. We need to think about this seriously. We don't have the luxury of discussing irrelevant things. The incident this time has many questions.
The incident notwithstanding, I also have many questions.
Then let's start with something even Miss Sonia can understand. The weapon. Well, the weapon is obvious, right? Heck, you guys! The weapon! You could totally tell just by looking.
Is the weapon going to be the pillar? So the only thing at the crime scene looked like a weapon was the sledgehammer. But I wonder if the sledgehammer was used to knock the pillar over first, and it's not actually the weapon? Maybe? Tipped over pillar, wire.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right.
Are we going
it was
over-
a surprise beating.
With
The
the
weapon is decided.
Are we going with the oil slick?
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
Or are we
Weapon was
using
right there at
the...
the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer.
oil on the floor?
The killer used that
I kind of
hammer
use the oil on the floor to prove like
and beat the crap out of him.
his blood is...
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right. It was a surprise beating. The weapon is decided.
I don't agree with that.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer. The killer used that hammer
Why is Soda so onto this?
and beat the crap out of him.
No, okay. Hammer is definitely the weapon. Let's try the fragments. I was saying that the oil on the floor would prove that, like...
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
Nekomaru's head should have been elsewhere.
No, the hammer.
I don't know.
The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
Oh, that's not it either. Oh.
Damn it!
It's not a wire, is it? I just remember that the wire was tied into the loop. Nora's body, left leg were tied with another wire. Majority of it came from his fatal head wound. One of the pillars on the side of the door was tipped over. The damaged area of the pillar was also stained. It was so heavy even two people couldn't budge it. Are we agreeing? Is that what's going on? Let's take a look at the fragments. A lot of small pieces were scattered underneath. Oh, wow. I just realized that there's a, scattered is misspelled. Huh. There are no fragments on top of his body. Does that mean that he was dragged? To make it look like an accident? Maybe? Alright, let's try to agree.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right. It was a surprise beating.
No.
Damn it!
I don't know if I agree with it. I have no idea if I agree with this or not.
Figure out the weapon.
The weapon was right there
Oil,
at the
tipped
scene of
over
the
pillar,
crime.
chain, clippers.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right. It was a surprise beating. The weapon is decided.
I'm so confused. It looks like that's the case,
I
but
guess we
what?
should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer!
So the only thing that we can
The killer used that hammer
object with,
and beat the crap out of him.
we've tried that before, right? Yeah. Yeah, that didn't work.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, because confusing me about the hammers that like there's nothing on it,
No,
so
the hammer!
I don't think you could try to
Killer
be.
used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
Maybe the broken doorknob, but no.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
I don't understand.
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him. Damn it!
So am I trying to agree? I don't know.
I guess guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer.
Wow, we have
The
6.
killer used
Oh,
that
we have
hammer
7.
and beat the crap out of him.
What were the statements we were able to shoot at?
That is possible.
That's right. The weapon is decided.
Pretty sure I only have 2 things. I can either agree or disagree, right?
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there.
So
at the scene
one,
of
we
the
agree
crime.
that.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer.
Sorry, we disagree. Bleh.
The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
If it was
So either we disagree that the Nekomaru was beaten, or we try to agree that it was a sneak attack. So if that's true,
That's right.
Try
it
to
was a
use-
surprise beating.
no.
Damn it!
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar.
No, the hammer. The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
If it was unexpected, I suppose that is possible.
That's right. It was a surprise beating.
I don't know how to combat this. No, I do not think the weapon is the hammer.
Damn it!
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right.
My thing is like the hammer is not the weapon because there's no oil on it. There's nothing. There's no residue on it. I don't think that that's possible. But I tried using
That pillar.
the oil on the floor.
No,
If I
the
didn't do
hammer.
this, I could have sworn I tried to do
The
this.
killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. So
Damn it!
it's not the oil. Pretty sure I did the exact same thing with the pillar,
First.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
which would be the 2 things I would think would.
Huh?
Oops.
No, the hammer. The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
Why not the hammer?
Damn it!
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar.
No, the hammer. The killer used that and beat the crap out of him.
No, that's wrong.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, I can't accept that that hammer was the murder weapon.
Okay, so the reason why that didn't. The reason that thought did not come to me is because it felt like there's no information about the hammer. I don't know why I would use something that there was no information about to object to something. I don't remember there being any discussion that... Boy, any plausible discussion that it wouldn't have been the thing, which makes me think that it's just a useless option. What makes sense to me is that there's oil elsewhere, so that's what we draw our attention to. That the it would... Some sure refuting? In... So the statement is that the hammer is the murder weapon, yes. Gotcha. That's definitely, clearly not how I interpreted it. My thought process was I have to find something else that shows how it's plausible that that is not the thing, and here is why. Hence the oil slick, hence the fallen pillar with the oil slick, hence everything else but the actual object itself. But that makes sense.
Why not? Why can't you accept it?
A lot of oil was flowing from Nekomaru's body, just like human blood, right? If the hammer was used to beat Nekomaru, you'd expect some oil to be on it at least.
Yeah. I don't remember that being stated.
But that hammer was clean. So that's why you can't accept that it's the murder weapon.
Well, yeah, but the killer might have wiped off the oil later.
Why?
Well, obviously, to make the hammer look like it's not the murder weapon.
Sorry, I'm just pulling it
Why
dumb.
bother cleaning the oil? If they didn't want it to look suspicious, they would have discarded the hammer.
You're pretty insightful, baby gangsta.
Oh, that's awkward.
Baby gangster? Me?
That's awkward.
Just so you all know, I was trying to test you guys.
That's something a murderer would say.
I thought maybe you guys mistook the hammer for the weapon or something.
Seems that was a waste of time.
Then what was the real weapon used to
Is that
murder
the strat?
Nekomaru?
To try to stall?
That's the problem. There wasn't anything else at the crime scene that looked like a potential weapon.
Then, how about we look at it from a different angle? If it doesn't have oil on it, it's not the weapon. So whatever has oil on it must be the weapon, right?
Okay, so like... I had the right train of thought. I had the right mindset. I just didn't... Oh, God. It's so frustrating.
I see. The only thing with oil on
What's
it
up,
is
Stug?
that broken pillar.
It's always 8 o'clock. Always 8 o'clock.
The weapon. Coach Nekomaru got clobbered with that pillar.
Nobody could withstand a blow from that pillar. Even if you used 100% of your muscle strength, it would be impossible to wield it as a weapon.
I get that, Elthian. It's just I have a very hard time interpreting what I actually need to do because it doesn't make sense to me.
We tried to move it, right?
Oh yeah, they did try to move it.
Yeah, that pillar was pretty freaking heavy. But there's one dude who could have lifted that pillar.
And who was that?
What are you talking about?
Can't be the dead guy.
Coach Nekomaru's robot body. With that dude's super strength, lifting a pillar would be real easy.
It would be easy.
So, he lifted the pillar, and then what? Did he use it to beat himself?
You mean Nekomaru killed himself?
Is this where we get into the
Stupid. He ain't the type to commit suicide.
And even if
doorknob and the
Nekomaru
wire?
lifted that pillar, it has nothing to do with the case at all.
Well, I guess you're right.
What the heck?
Does bother me a little. Fourth murder of the killing school life was apparently ruled as suicide. Oh right, from the file that Nagito got. Okay. Shouldn't matter. There's no way Nekomaru would commit suicide.
But that's a problem. If it's not the pillar, then there's no other weapon we can think of.
What if it's just Nekomaru?
There may be a way
Like,
to use a pillar as a weapon without
Nekomaru
lifting it.
is the
For
weapon.
reals?
Yes, for reals.
I see. So my gut was right after all.
Hearing Sonya use slang is
It's up
great.
to you, Sonya. Prove that pillar was the murder weapon.
I don't think
Understood.
there's
Then
any
I
way it's
shall
an
give it
accident.
my all.
I'd be super surprised.
Sonya, here I go.
Okay. What am I?
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over. Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
Sonya, you go, girl. I'm getting hella excited.
What am I looking for?
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over. Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
Sonya, you go, girl. I'm getting hella excited.
There's no need to lift that pillar.
What is it?
Beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over?
So we're disagreeing that it was tipped over?
Aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Oh, the
Even
fragments.
I could probably tip it over.
Because it wasn't. God damn it!
Considering the pillar's weight,
It wasn't the pillar
probably
itself.
exerted a ton of force.
Sonya,
Because
you
if it
go,
was, the
girl.
fragments would be on top of
I'm getting
Mechamarus.
hella excited.
Let's try that.
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over?
Is that it? Hey! I got something right finally.
If Nekomaru was crushed by the pillar, then there should have been fragments on top of his body.
Huh? Fragments?
Thanks,
The
Lightning.
pillar fragments were scattered beneath Nekomaru's body, but there weren't any on top of his body. If the pillar had been tipped over and crushed him, the fragments should have been on top of his body instead.
I briefly considered that too, but it's probably not what happened.
I see. That was entirely my bad.
If they
Oh,
didn't
God.
tip it over,
I love
how
it.
did the killer murder Nekomaru with that pillar?
How much longer are you gonna focus on the pillar? Just let it go already.
There's no way I can let it go. I'm positive that Nekomaru was killed by that pillar.
Why are you so certain about that?
I just have a feeling.
That tonight's gonna be a good night.
That's just your instincts.
But we can't say for sure that that instinct is wrong, can we?
Does anyone else feel like it's really weird when two of the same word are repeated right after each other? Or is that just a me thing? Right? Like, that. I feel like there's a better way to phrase that. Or, like, it, or just something. It's like when you look at word, like you're spelling a word, and you look at the word and you're like, man, that doesn't look right. That just looks weird. Is this a word? Is this really how we spell this word? That's a word? Dictionary? Yeah. That's exactly how I feel. Like, I know I repeat words, but it's not like using the same word twice for a different purpose in the sentence. It always catches me off guard. Vacuum. Vacuum is one. Buses is one for me. Buses is a plural that just doesn't plural right to me.
There's another way to use that pillar to kill. You guys just haven't noticed it.
That is pretty common.
true?
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not saying it's not.
What way is
It
that?
just feels weird to me.
You guys, same as usual.
Like I agree with the double
You're
take.
unable to clear a path to the future with your own powers, so you just stand there and falter. What a waste of talent. And you all intend to fight the Future Foundation? You make me laugh. What did you say?
Does Nagito know
Regardless,
more?
It's not like I want to die with the rest of you. So I guess I should lend a hand.
Hey, Nagito, what the hell happened to you? How come you're not talking like a lunatic anymore?
He's been cursed.
I've learned a valuable lesson. Ignorance is by far the greatest
He
shame.
knows too much.
What do you mean?
He's our next main character.
Who cares? Just tell us how the pillar was used to kill.
Well, first of all, the pillar itself is not enough. But when combined with a specific item, there's a way it could be possible.
Specific item.
A specific item?
Of course, the ultimate weapon. The ultimate weapon?
So clearly not the hammer then.
The thing you get when you clear the final dead room?
So, Nagito knows what the ultimate weapon is?
Of course I know. But I'm pretty sure everyone else has seen it, you know?
Have I?
We've seen it?
That's right. You've seen it clearly.
What?
Because I, the one who has claimed dominion over evil, am the ultimate weapon. I am he who cuts the insolent catalyst which flows out from the chaos with the sword of victory. It's only fitting that I deserve to be called the ultimate weapon.
No, you are far greater than the ultimate weapon, since you wield your 4 dark devas of destruction.
Don't lie to him, Sonia. Don't fuel him.
I see.
Don't stoke his ego.
But I'm not liking this. Cut the bullshit and say it clearly. What is the ultimate weapon?
In order to clarify that, we first need to solve the secret of the funhouse.
Huh? The secret of the funhouse?
You still don't realize it?
Secret.
Jeez, get it together. You're supposed to be the symbols of hope, aren't you?
What caused him to start speaking differently? Has he always been like this? It's like he gets really frustrated, which we've seen before. But we haven't seen, like... No, I guess we've seen, like, little bits and spurts. Yeah, the personality flip. Like, we've seen the little bits and splurts of him being, like, arrogant or condescending. But not this much. It's almost as if, like... This is exactly like the Mikan situation, where she remembered something, like trip, and or like just regain her memories, whatever, and is able to draw upon her original personality. I'm wondering if there is anything that Nagito got in the files that would have caused him to act this way. This feels all like condescending, holier than thou.
Ah, I forgot. Except for Hajime, of course.
Oh, okay. Thanks, I guess.
Except for Hajime?
If we make it out of this, I'll explain it to you guys.
Anyway, we must first clarify the secret of the funhouse, right? Then I think it must have something to do with the structure of the funhouse. Strawberry House leads to Strawberry Tower, and Grape House leads to Grape Tower.
Okay, when they said funhouse, I definitely thought they meant find out the secret of the dead room, the final dead room. Not the actual funhouse itself. Okay, never mind.
In actuality, they are both
on
the
board.
same building, and both houses are linked to the central tower. It is undeniable that such a sweet building structure is the secret of the funhouse.
This is so bad.
Man, not only does that make perfect sense, but Miss Sonia's beautiful voice is just so soothing.
No, it's not.
Faux show! I shall leave this matter to your discretion.
Two houses are connected to the tower in the middle. I thought that at first too, but ended up finding proof that completely contradicts that. We did. What's the strange feeling in tower? Hold on, what? Regardless of whether you enter the tower from Grape Hall or Strawberry Hall, replacement of Nekomaru's body, and even though that's got to be it, right? No, definitely not that. No, it's gotta be the strange.
Are actually the exact same place.
Okay,
So that's the secret of the funhouse.
I agree.
Is that really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place. I mean, the walls are different colors. And the designs on the floor are also different.
We've already settled this problem. Give it 10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
Is there anything we have to combat the walls? I should probably read that.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
So that's the secret of the funhouse.
Oh, it's gotta be the strange
Is that
feeling.
really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place. I mean, the walls are different colors. And the designs on the floor are also different.
It's not. No, I don't think so.
Damn it!
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
There we go. There we go. Sorry, no, that's wrong.
Both of those towers, are they really the same place?
Why are you asking that now? Do you harbor a grudge because my kingdom destroyed your homeland?
I'm gonna be a king someday, man.
Won't tolerate
Come on.
any sort of rebellion.
I'll sit your punk ass down.
Doesn't it seem strange? When we went to Grape Tower from Grape Hall, Nekomaru's body was in front of the door to Strawberry Hall. But when we went to Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall, his body was in front of the door to Grape Hall.
It's probably some kind of trick, like the floor rotating 180 degrees or something. If it is, then see? That means it could have passed as the exact same place, right?
If so, then what? Do you seriously think such a simple answer is the correct answer?
Does that mean
I
he's
mean-
wrong?
One can hope.
Oops, I guess I've said too much.
If the floor didn't rotate, then that means we need to think about the structure of the building again.
Bow down. Then how about this? Somebody moved Nekomaru's body.
While we were moving from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower? But we should have all been together during that time.
That's an interesting idea.
They tried to move the body inside the tower.
Then Monokuma did it. While we were moving, Monokuma quickly moved things around.
But Nekomaru's body wasn't the only thing moved. Are you saying the broken pillar was moved too?
If it is too heavy to carry, let them roll it. Just like if there's no bread, let them eat cake.
Huh. Okay. We're gonna go with the broken doorknob, right?
There are
Gotta
many
assume.
different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved.
Good lord.
Could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short time. That might be hard even for Monokuma, don't you think?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene? He could have moved it all, easy as pie.
Hold on, what you just said. Is it the everything? Because the doorknob isn't at the other.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly
Oh, God.
wielding up the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene?
No, it's not it. Shit.
Crap.
Okay.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene?
No, that's. That can't be it
Could
either.
have moved it all, easy as pie.
Oh, God.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong,
The chain?
wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene?
No.
Crap.
I. I'm assuming the first one, isn't it? Because it's talking about Monokuma. I have nothing to say about Monokuma. Oh, Lord. No, I don't see what's being said. Damn.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene? He could have moved it all, easy as pie.
So it's saying that there's... Is that the wrong one? No.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene? He could have moved it all, easy as pie. It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear.
No, I don't think so.
Crap.
What am I looking
Seems you
for?
have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene? He could have moved it all, easy as pie.
So... What's our argument? What's our rebuttal? Is it that the oil can't be moved?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
Allow me to cut through those
Whoa,
words.
God. Okay. I'm slow as hell today. I'm sorry, y'all.
Is possible, but it would have been impossible to move the oil on the floor. When the position of Nekomaru's body in the pillar changed, the oil surrounding his body moved too. Physically moving all of the oil like that is simply not possible.
Exactly.
No matter how you look at it.
Then it's impossible to think it was moved.
I am terribly sorry. I cannot believe I got so fired up.
It's all right. A fired up Miss Sonia is awesome to watch.
So what really happened? Does that mean the two towers aren't the same building?
We can't be certain of that either.
I think they're the same
Not when the
building.
experiment involving the handbook I left on the tower floor was a complete success.
Yeah, the e-handbook was still there. That's why we thought the two towers were the same building.
I think they're the same building, right? It's just that the floor or like the room moves. Still, or maybe like it stays the still, but everything else moves. I don't know.
If they're not the same building or two different buildings, then what are they?
Oh,
No idea, huh?
mystery ties into the secret of the funhouse. I have enough clues to solve that mystery. The only thing we can do is rely on the one person who has those clues.
Hey, Nagito. I thought it would come to this. I knew my turn was coming up. Fine. I'll tell you guys a big hint that can help you solve the secret of the funhouse.
Give us the answer, not a friggin' hint.
But then it wouldn't mean anything. I need you guys to do this class trial properly. It's also important for me because it will help me determine something.
Oh god, I just noticed that Mikan has the plus sign. In 7X, she has a plus, like the medical plus. Oh, wow. That's neat. Alright, so Nagito's trying to find out who the traitor is. So, why did Nagito say that all of a sudden? Clearly something happened to him, yeah.
How do we know your hint is any good? It's suspicious that
Think-
you're the only one who knows it.
You think Nagito sounds like Monokuma? How so?
I have a good reason for that.
I mean, he sounds like avoidant and... avoidant, arrogant, condescending. I mean, Monokuma's condescending. Sure. It doesn't sound like he's trying to get off on having everyone else suffer, though.
The reason I'm the only one who knows it is because I was the only one who performed the appropriate action.
Did we experience that?
I see.
I'm surprised.
You're talking about the final dead room, right?
Wonder why everyone doesn't have a special? A special, what, Landon? Oh, do you mean like, audibly sounded like Monokuma? I just meant like his thought process. Like how he arrives to his, to what he's saying.
You cleared the life-threatening game there and found something, didn't you?
That's right. The hint is what I saw after I cleared it.
Special X. Yeah, I don't know.
In the depths of the final dead room, there was a hidden room surrounded by concrete.
I really want to know what's out that window. Really? Oh, right, the window. Doi. I think the ones that have the special X for, they're really cool. I don't know why they couldn't do that for everyone else though. I wonder if it means something or if it's just special. What's up, Rourke? It's going well. It's treating me well. I'm very, very slow today. And that's not treating me well, but Danganronpa itself is going okay.
A small, conspicuous window waited, all by itself. From that window, I saw some very strange scenery.
Strange scenery?
Instead of explaining it, it might be faster just to show you.
You can show us?
At an opportune time, I found a perfect camera in the final dead room.
Oh man, if only we had an ultimate photographer around. Oh. Wait. We did. Had a really weird dream last night. Haven't been right all day. I'm sorry, Rourke. What was the, It's not too much. What was the dream?
A picture.
It's appropriate. Nagito grinned creepily as he retrieved a small digital camera from his inner pocket.
See? This is it. Let me explain it to you again. I took this picture on the first floor of Strawberry House, from the secret room within the final dead room. But don't you think it's weird?
What do we think is weird? I'm assuming the weird thing is that we were on the first floor. Nagito went down a hatch, right? Or this is still on the first floor as well, and not in the basement cellar level. And we're seeing the tops of trees.
If the funhouse's structure is what you guys have been thinking, then there's lots of things that don't make sense in this picture, right?
Quite detailed, but involved me going back to college. I want to go back to school, man.
Let's begin. Shall I call it thinking time?
Call it nap time, man. I want some sleep. Is this a Bob Ross painting? I'm just seeing lots of happy little trees here. If you did go back to school, what would you want to go to school for, Rourke? Oh god. Trees? Clearly?
You said this photo was taken from the hidden room inside the final dead room, right? If that's the case, then that means it should have been taken from the first floor of Strawberry House.
Yeah, it should have been.
Then this is definitely strange. This photo doesn't look like it was taken from the first floor. The angles suggest it was taken from higher up.
I see. And is that it?
Other contradictions. Is it the building? The wall?
Crap!
Never mind. I was just trying to get more information about it, but that's cool. Clouds? What?
If the structure of the funhouse is what we thought it was, Grape House and Strawberry House should link to the tower in the middle.
Did I accidentally stumble onto the right answer? I think I might have. Went back to undergrad. Was in a house with a bunch of young college kids. Yeah, I'm sure that'd be awkward. This is where they're playing in the basement. The second had rooms still the same. What? What did you eat before going to sleep, Rook? What the hell? Yeah, what does the sport entail? Okay, so I'm assuming that it should be that they're... Oh, is it that we don't, like, see further out to see the other one? Is that what it's saying? Right? Because, like, we just see the one room. So... it's not just, like, straight down?
Which means, if you're viewing the tower from Strawberry
Yeah,
House,
yeah,
you
okay,
should see Grape
okay.
House behind you. But in this photo, I don't see anything behind the tower. No shadow, no shape, no Grape House at all.
Because everything, right, like, the circular tower there is just our main tower where we found Nekomaru. What we should be seeing is that there's the pathway down and then the hexagonal building. But we're not seeing it at all. Okay. Okay.
That's right. Good call. In summary, this is the truth contained in this
Jai-alai?
photo.
What's that?
The first floor of Strawberry House is located in a high area, and Grape House is not behind the tower.
It's not. Are you saying that Grape House is merely an illusion spell cast by Monokuma's cursed eye?
Gundam?
From this point on, do your own thinking. Now that
Highlight?
you finally met the same requirements as me.
Highlight? Still, never heard of it. Gotcha. Okay, I mean, I'm familiar enough with handball, so if it's similar, that's interesting. What kind of, like, where did that originate? I'm assuming, you know, I don't even know. My first thought was like Malaysian or East Asia, but no idea.
If you guys are truly symbols of hope, you can easily solve a simple mystery like this. It might be possible for Hajime to solve it too, even though he's just a normal high school student.
This is why I'm not saying I was doing great before, but this is why I'm not doing well, guys. I'm no longer a potential ultimate. I am a worthless, nothing, less than average high school student. We're keeping it in theme here.
Despite the fact that you don't have a real talent, you already know about the other clue.
I know another clue. What? That one time at band camp? This is right after we lost control of Nagito.
You're referring to when you suddenly appeared on the second floor of Grape House, right?
Oh. Oh.
I'm asking you just to be safe. At the time, where do you think I came from?
So, the hatch down from the first floor of Strawberry House led to the second floor of Grape House?
The top floor, right?
Such sharp eyes. So you realized it already.
Top floor. So the third floor?
But the Monokuma archive should be the only room on the third floor of Grape House.
What does it mean?
Reason not going to appear from the third floor. On the answer, if I just think about it. Oh no, are we diving? Are we? No! Oh lord. I never wrote down my dreams. I've had some really weird dreams, but never never was able to recall them very well. Especially not to like just write down when I woke up. Question 1. Do Strawberry House and Grape House both exist? Yes. Clearly? Oh shit. That's a new one. Oh lord. Okay. Oh no. I don't like this at all. Question 2. Same building or 2 different buildings? Same building. Now we're using our noggin. Oh god. No! Oh god. Ow! Ow! That hurt. I'm getting flashbacks to the Final Fantasy VII snowboarding minigame when you hit the mod because of the chocobos. Horizontally. Clearly. Are we all red? No, vertically. No, vertically. I forgot what vertical and horizontal meant. Oh, God.
Got it. I know the secret of the funhouse.
Pulls random memories as it does so. I think there's a lot of merit to what gets pulled out, though. I think it's very telling. It could be very informative. What is existence, though? Does this grid exist or does not exist because it's in a fake video game? Bruh. Come on.
Then let me hear it. What kind of answer will you give, I wonder?
In the picture Nagito took from Strawberry House, I didn't see Grape House at all. So where did Grape House go? There is only one possibility. It was in a position where it couldn't be seen from Strawberry House. Which means Strawberry House and Grape House are in the same building, but on different floors.
Same building, different floors?
Then the 2 houses aren't 2 different 3-story buildings. They're actually one 6-story building?
If you think about it like that, based on Nagito's picture, it's clear where Strawberry House is located.
So is that why the picture changes? Is that why the colors change in the lights? It's not that... It's not that it's trying to revolve around. It's that it's raising and lowering.
I see.
On top of Grape House. That's where Strawberry House is located. Because of that, the photo taken from the first floor of Strawberry House was at a high angle.
It was at a high angle. Didn't know the people except for 3 of my friends. I remember hearing, I don't know the validity of this, but that the random people in dreams are taken from what the people you've come across, just like standalone, not standalone villains. I know the validity of that, but I'd buy it.
Altogether, this means the first floor of Strawberry House is also the 4th floor above Grape House.
Oh, snap. I never expected that the two houses were connected vertically.
Why is she suddenly using slang? She wasn't like that before. Huh.
But what about the shape of the building? The two houses were completely different shapes.
Strawberry House is 4-sided, and Grape House is 6-sided, right?
It never occurred to us that they were the same building because it was structured with two different shapes.
Form a Jungian? Hungian?
Quadrilateral and a hexagon. Overlaid atop each other to misdirect how we would perceive them.
I'm not familiar, Stoic.
And it worked, didn't it?
Oh my god.
The tower.
What is with me? I can't say words. I'm sorry.
In order to conceal the unique design of the funhouse,
Jungian?
Monokuma put us to sleep so we couldn't look at the outside of the building when he brought us to it.
You've just been Kuma'd! Don't you think a building full of so many surprises totally deserves to be called a fun house?
I don't want to be Kuma.
It's true? The building was really like that?
That's right! Those two houses exist on different floors in the same building!
Constructing a building like that on your own without my knowledge? How horrible!
Then what about the towers? Are they arranged vertically just
Carl
like the
Jung?
houses?
Yeah, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower should have also been different floors inside the same building.
What's he done? What is he known for? Or what are the things he's known for?
Just like Strawberry House was on top of Grape House. Strawberry Tower was also on top of Grape Tower.
Doi.
However, if they're different floors within the same building, why was Nekomaru's body in both places?
What do you mean how? It's a platform, right?
Aw, your precious hammies don't know? But it's so simple. Alrighty then. I'll be the one who solves this mystery in a flash. Please watch me, Miss Sonia.
Was in the same school of thought of Freud, but believed all humans were collectively connected, though. The collective Yo, educate me. I've not heard anything about this.
Oh, I see. Do whatever you like.
Oh.
Oh, definitely make her watch me. I'm gonna stand out till she notices me.
Good luck there, kiddo. Broken doorknob. Monokuma File 4. Let's go take a look at this again. I was discovering Grape Tower. Huh. Google's definition. The part of the unconscious mind which is derived from ancestral memory is common to all humankind as distinct from the individual's unconscious. The derived from ancestral memory kind of reminds me of Assassin's Creed. Big in symbolism. Levels theories have to do with archetypes. How to interpret things using common ideas or patterns? Oh. Okay. This sounds really interesting. And everything was debunked, or does anything that he came across does any of his work still have merit? Is my question.
Hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy.
What?
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
What? The dummy of Nekomaru's body existed? Does that mean the killer prepared it in advance?
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
And hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You...
Is that possible? I don't... Huh. Oh, good lord. People still find his works very useful, still influential in modern thinking. More useful for art analysis rather than psychology. Share these universal symbols through myths and collective storytelling. Things which stick over cultures and time add to the collective. Those that are changed or dropped aren't. The paper that Nick from The Great Gatsby was an example of the messenger archetype. Nick from The Great Gatsby? Who is Nick? I don't think I've read The Great Gatsby since... God. Freshman year of high school? Sophomore? It's like nearly the point of view character. The reader? Who are our eyes into the world? I remember very, very little. Okay. What is this messenger then? How is that defined?
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
Okay, so...
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
And hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers
There's no way it's the wire.
was actually a dummy!
Yeah, no, didn't think so.
Damn it!
I was thinking the wire would be a specific way to tie something, so how could there be a second one made, but... Okay.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a...
And hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Was it the parts?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body.
No.
Damn it!
I don't care, Gundam.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
And hurry up, dumbass!
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
Okay, so my option is to
I'm gonna solve it!
And hurry up!
disagree
One of the bodies
with
was actually a dummy!
the fact there was a dummy,
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru
Or-
died with a mechanical body.
the Nekomaru died of a mechanical body, which is true, so it has to be the first one. An angel like Gabriel. Oh, good lord, I don't remember Gabriel much. Why am I thinking Gabriel? What am I thinking Gabriel for? What are... Thank you, Stoic. I gather. What would have been a notable event where he was mentioned? I'm not remembering at all.
It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was a fake body?
Reason the broken doorknob?
Just pick one of them.
No, right?
And hurry up.
One of the bodies in one of the towers was actually a dummy.
No.
Damn it!
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash.
Are we using that? Is that it?
Dumbass.
One of the bodies was actually a dummy.
Oh my god, I'm just overthinking it. Oh no. Okay.
Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy. That can be proven by Kazuichi's account.
Me?
Remember? When we moved from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower.
At some point we got on a bus, picked people up in town, bus belonged to the house. I wonder what the sand represents.
We thought the body had moved. And that's when you said,
Especially if every time he stomped on the ground, the sand lessened until it was gone. Right? Like, my first thought is time, because he got like the sand, like, hourglass and everything, but that seems too literal.
right up until that moment, you were disassembling Nekomaru's body at Grape Tower, right?
White sand featured in dreams suggests you will understand more in life. Ancient dream dictionaries denote that sand indicates a loss of food. And in life, things are not stable. Wow. I guess I've been having a lot of sand in my dreams. a lot of sand in my dreams.
So they couldn't have built a dummy.
Unless Kazuichi was the one who built the dummy, then it would be a different story.
True.
Miss Sonia, that's a pretty harsh joke. You are joking, right?
So if you're stomping the sand away, if it's meant to be taken as nourishment, as you are... What? I don't know. Every time that you stomp or take another step, you are on firmer ground, and things become more stable. But stomping in an aggressive way, in a authoritative way.
It's all right. Kazuichi is not the killer. If he was, he wouldn't have fixed the elevator or the button in Strawberry Hall.
Also fair, Chiaki.
It'd be much more convenient for the killer if it stayed broken.
Is it like a reactive thing?
I see. That is.
I'm
Oops.
even more disappointed.
However, even if Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy, it's meaningless if we don't have the important answer.
Fair, Gundam.
The
Fair.
reason Nekomaru's body was in both towers, even though it was supposed to be on different floors.
Maybe it was simply moved?
Oh, so like sifting it into place? So like it all just like settles down completely?
The body moved to a different floor?
You can't think of a device like that? A device that moves things to different floors in the same building?
Like an elevator? A device that transports things to different floors in the same building. I feel like I've seen that before. I feel like we've been on that before. ELEVATOR. Give me an E. V works too. There we go. Perfect. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's what I wanted. That's fine. Take those. Oh my god, everything's all coming together. Jesus, give me a T. No! God damn it. You're right, you're right. Obviously it's escalator. Might be. A sign of the streamer house? Yeah, maybe.
Must be talking about an elevator.
What? Are you saying Nekomaru's body was transported using an elevator?
Where the hell is this elevator anyway?
Well, when we press the button, it goes.
Tower itself. The inside of the tower is one big elevator. Which means the
Never
tower
read
was
anything by
designed
it.
so that the whole room
By
goes
them.
up and down like an elevator. So whether you enter from Strawberry Hall or Grape Hall, it all leads to the same room, right?
So that's why we could only enter it from one side or the other.
That makes sense.
Now that you mention it, sometimes when I pressed the door button, it took a while for it to open.
Almost like you were calling an elevator.
See, we were basically waiting for the room to arrive, just like an elevator.
Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't. I still can't believe that one customer. Like. When I say call an elevator, I don't mean literally audibly call out, but that's blows my mind still.
Please hold on. If the inside of the whole tower ascends and descends like an elevator, then why is there a picture of a strawberry on the far back door when you enter from Grape Tower?
To make you confused. Come on, Sonia.
And a picture of a grape on the far back door when you enter from Strawberry Tower.
To make it seem like you can cross over?
If the room just moves up and down like an elevator, there's no reason for the doors to change.
But then it's not a fun house.
Plus, after the incident, the far back door in Grape Tower had chains wrapped around it, right? But when we entered Strawberry Tower, those chains were gone.
Not just that, but if I remember correctly, even the doorknob was broken off.
There are too many strange things. Was that tower really an elevator?
I don't remember the last time I had a dream that I can remember,
Make sure you
Ark.
focus on the good parts instead of the bad.
What did you say?
So, let's put aside what's changed and focus our attention on what hasn't.
Why do we have to do that?
It's fine. Come on. What does everything that hasn't changed have in common?
Nekomaru. Things didn't change when we moved between the two towers. The body, the pillar, the oil. We've been talking about all that stuff for a while now. Shouldn't be anything strange about them, not even the fact that they all moved with the elevator. One thing they all have in common, they were all on the floor.
I see. Is it safe to say that all the items on the floor didn't change?
There we go.
And?
And?
Why did the picture on the far back door change? If you can figure that out, you'll have the answer. The
Why-
reason is because that elevator has something unique about it.
Does it twist? There's no ceiling. I mean, no.
Damn it!
What? Aren't there elevators that let you enter from both sides at once, though? Huh.
I see.
Weird.
So that's it. The elevator was designed so only the floor moved.
Only the floor moved?
In my days of playing Dark Souls, floor-only elevators are very common.
Which means the whole room wasn't an elevator, only the floor was.
It's a really interesting distinction. Huh.
That's why we saw different doors in each tower. Which means on the first floor of Grape Tower, the door on the far back wall had a strawberry design. And on the fourth floor, which was Strawberry Tower, a different door on the far back wall had a grape design.
Makes sense.
Then where do the different floors lead?
Nowhere?
I want to say they lead outside, but they're probably just for show.
Yeah, like false doors.
Just for show. Why was something like that necessary?
Wait, how is this approved? Wait a second. What if there's a fire? How do they get out? This isn't right.
So we'd falsely believe that the doors were connected to where their picture signified. It was actually very
It's a
effective.
murder game, Dale.
Because of that, we totally misunderstood the building's structure.
Gotta have safety, man.
I don't get it. But I guess it means whoever designed this building had a totally twisted personality.
Does the elevator have a ceiling? Sure. I don't think it has... Whether or not it has a ceiling is irrelevant, right? Like, if it's only supposed to go between floor 1 and floor 2, it's gonna stop at floor 1 or floor 2. Having a ceiling doesn't really mean much, I don't think.
Did you hear that, mon ami?
Don't blame this on me. Take responsibility for yourself.
Then I'll take responsibility and gently caress you.
Swoon?
No way, that's
What?
gonna happen. Stop with the tasteless jokes.
By the way, what does the chain on the far back door in Grape Tower mean?
It was probably wrapped there by the killer to keep us as far from Strawberry Tower as possible.
If you look up, then there would have to be a ceiling, or would see it move closer, further away. Pretty sure stated that like it went up so high that we couldn't see that there was a ceiling, regardless of what room we were in. And if the lights for the if the lights for the top floor were just off, and only the lights for the bottom floor were on, like you wouldn't think that there was anything special, right? Like you've got the light of the walls around you, and that's it. Then they go up and up and up and up and up until it's dark. You can't see anything, and they go up the next floor. You get different color lights, go up and up and up and up and up and up until it's dark, and that's it.
Why?
For sure that's the intent.
Chain. You guys thought you couldn't enter there, right?
We'll use these parts to repair the button. Even if you do repair the button, what's going to happen to the chain on the other side of the door? Door that leads to the Strawberry Hall is a chain. Right.
The killer destroyed the Strawberry Hall button, so we'd stay away from Strawberry Tower.
Wait, so Nagito knew this before even... Wait, how did Nagito not worry about that? Huh.
Everything was done to tamper with the evidence, so we wouldn't find out about the secret of the funhouse.
Sure.
The appearance of a body in the tower would contradict what we thought we knew about the building. In that situation, if we'd gone to Strawberry Tower, we'd have seen that contradiction firsthand. And using that as a clue, we might have discovered the truth.
God forbid the truth.
The truth that the two houses and the two towers are actually one complete vertical building.
Yep.
The killer wanted to keep us from learning that. That's why they made us stay away from Strawberry Tower.
They destroyed the button and wrapped a chain around the door just for that?
Would it really have inconvenienced the killer if we learned the true structure of the building?
It would have been a major inconvenience. After all, this funhouse is strongly connected to the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru.
We still haven't talked about the ultimate weapon, have we?
You're progressing much too quickly. There's still a contradiction concerning the building structure.
What a pain. It's fine already.
Gundam, please proceed.
Oh.
You said earlier that Strawberry House and Grape House are connected vertically, right? So, how does the contact elevator supposedly transport us from one house to the other?
Now that you mentioned, I completely forgot about that matter.
If that elevator moves vertically, then when your back is facing the elevator, both towers should be on the same side. But does this reflect reality?
Pepe hand soda, probably.
Inside Grape House, Grape Hall is on your right when your back is to the elevator. And inside Strawberry House, Strawberry Hall is on your left when your back is to the elevator.
Right.
Which means the houses are on exact opposite sides of the tower. Answer me, fiend! What does this mean?
That
What
it
does this mean?
rotates? It go the loopy-loop? Two houses are connected vertically. The position of the tower should be the same in both houses. In fact, when my back was facing the elevator in Grape House, the tower was on my right. And when my back was facing the elevator in Strawberry House, the tower was on my left. Ooh. Let's check the elevator. This thing between gold was broken, the marker worked. Apparently broken at the Grape House side, so the last person to use it would have arrived at Grape House. Is that gonna be a clue? No, it's gotta. No. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this.
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
Right?
However,
Yes.
at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
Yes.
Which means your reasoning.
It's clearly contradictory.
What's with this iron curtain of teamwork?
Wait, did I miss something already? What? Gundam and Sonya have matching arguments. It sounds like it makes sense, but...
If the two houses are connected vertically.
The elevator should move.
Vertically, not horizontally.
However,
Yes.
at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
No, that's not it. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, because that's right, yeah? So when we leave, like, they're on the opposite sides.
If the two houses are connected vertically.
The elevator should move.
Is that for Gundam?
Vertically, not horizontally.
It is! Whoa!
No, that's wrong.
Oh, that's very wrong. I knew that.
The elevator wasn't just moving vertically.
Is that what it is? It wasn't just... Despite being true, it wasn't just vertical... Okay.
Isn't that right, Kazuichi?
Okay.
Me?
Come on. You used the elevator while you were holding that compass Nagito gave you, right?
Ah, that. Yeah, it was pretty strange. From start to finish, somehow the compass needle rotated 180 degrees.
Rotated 180 degrees?
Meaning, as the elevator moved between the two houses, it also rotated 180 degrees.
Wow.
It was probably following the building's perimeter as it rotated to the other side.
Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. I like this diagram a lot. I like it a lot.
Which means the exit would be on the opposite side once you arrived at the other house, right?
And thanks to that, the tower we saw on our right side when we arrived at Grape House appeared on our left side when we were at Strawberry House.
An elevator that rotates while it moves. Is that even possible? It's like something from an amusement park.
Well, a funhouse is an amusement park attraction, you know. And since the building doesn't really need to be structurally practical, it makes for some splendid fun.
That's not splendid at all! You're inhuman!
What? I don't disagree with Monami, but in this case, what? That it makes sense.
You say I'm inhuman, but I'm just a bear. So I was never human to begin with. I'm different from these lowly humans.
So we're done
I-
with the secret of the funhouse, right? Then let's start talking about the important stuff. What's the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru? And how'd they combine it with the pillar?
Great question, Kane.
Huh? You still don't know what the ultimate weapon is yet? It's what I found at the Octagon, you know.
What is the Octagon? I haven't heard about that yet.
We found something?
I can't believe I have to explain that now. As long as you know
What do we
an
find?
Octagon means, You can solve this simple mystery easily.
It's clearly a 5-sided shape.
I see.
If I recall, an octagon is a shape with 8 sides.
I took math once back in the
I
day.
didn't expect you to know that. For a substitute reserve course student, you're quite knowledgeable. I guess I should continue listening. Where is the place befitting of the name Octagon?
Place befitting of the name Octagon. I don't know.
Crap! Crap!
What? I have no idea. You're saying it's supposed to be in... No, it can't be... What? No, it's...
Crap!
What are you asking? Not the tower, that's just the cylinder. My thought is like, there's a top floor to... My thought is that there's a top floor to the rectangle that met with... maybe, I can't rotate, no. The rectangle met with the hexagon to form another 2 points to make an octagon, but no, that won't be it.
Crap!
I don't get it. Can't be the...
Crap!
Okay.
We will never give up.
Come on. Come on. Thank you. So what am I looking for? The elevator? What else can I look at? Obviously not you. Obviously not you. Obviously not you. Obviously not you or you or you.
Crap!
Not a different floor. What did I say? I said a lot of things. I don't know. I listed all the different shapes that it obviously couldn't be. I think. So where you thought the octagon was on a different floor? But I can't select anything that would be a different floor. I don't think. Huh. Strawberry house meets grape house. What, as like the two connect to form the different shape?
Here!
What?
You're talking about the secret room surrounded by concrete in the depths of the final dead room.
Not gonna lie, I would have had no idea. I didn't think there's anything once... What's wrong? Oh my god. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I want to go... I want to say I chose around that area. There's nothing special that it gave me, so I didn't think there's any merit to looking there anymore. Oof. Oof. Okay.
Why is that place the Octagon?
And thank you for the sub.
You know how the four-sided strawberry house is on top of the
I
six-sided
appreciate
grape
it.
house?
How are you doing today?
If you cut a four-sided shape out of a six-sided one, you get 8 edges. It becomes an 8-sided shape.
That's what I'm saying.
That's basically the gist of it.
That's what I'm saying.
The true identity of the Octagon is that secret room in the depths of the final dead room. In actuality, that place contained various weapons.
Then the ultimate weapon was there too?
God. The more I go through this, the dumber and dumber I
I
feel.
learned the true identity of the ultimate weapon at the Octagon. Learned? The true identity of the ultimate weapon is the funhouse. Which means the killer used the building structure as their weapon and killed Nekomaru.
Okay.
Like me, the killer probably realized the secret of the funhouse from the scenery. And then thought of a way to kill making use of the building structure.
The funhouse itself is the weapon, so they killed using the building structure?
That's why the killer tried to keep us from learning the mystery of the building.
What structure?
More importantly, using the building itself as a weapon? Such a spectacular crime. It truly deserves to be called the ultimate weapon.
As messed up as it is, as creepy as it is, as whatever, I love Nagito's laugh. It is so good. Funhouse is the true identity of the ultimate weapon. What does it mean indeed? Oh god, I'm so confused. Hello there, I thought of a new bad word to call Monami. Uh-oh. 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 Children, censor your eyes. Cover your ears. I'm already used to insult and slander. There's no way I'll get hurt by a mere word. That's so much more straightforward than I expected. The perfect jet stream attack incorporating all three of these would be Stefatly.
Okay, everyone, all together now. Monami is a Exactly.
I don't either, Rourke. It now exists. That's the thing that it exists.
Hello. I hope your day is well. I'm trying to force myself to be more energetic, or else my mental state won't be able to keep up. My heart's thumping like crazy.
Where have we heard this music before?
I might as well have a laid-back so what?
This was in the class trial of the original game, right?
Yeehaw! But be careful that your batteries don't run out for various reasons. And just
Fake
like
opening the
I said
game.
each time, don't forget to
That
say
I remember.
quietly.
I thought it was also used in the other class trial. I guess I'm seriously mistaken.
Expected the funhouse itself to be the ultimate weapon.
Alright, I hope I can wipe you off my suspicion list.
Oh well, let's just press on ahead.
I take that back.
Is it really alright to accept a situation so easily? I mean, that's not what's important. The thing that's really important is
I've got no idea, G.
the killer who used the building structure. Like, who's Mechamarus' murderer?
But is it really okay to believe the building is the weapon? Nagito said it, you know.
Obviously, Rourke, come on.
There's no way I'd lie at such an important moment. I don't want to die either.
Although if it was Rourke, Nagito would have been dead, so never mind.
He's right. There was a time when I thought I could become a stepping stone for your hopes, but I will sincerely retract that remark.
What happened?
I'm disappointed too, you know. If this was a murder for the sake of hope, I'd happily sacrifice myself.
You say such falsehoods, per usual. There is no such thing as murder for the sake of hope. Murder is simply murder.
I think this is like the one time Gundam has spoken words that actually make sense. Murder is simply murder. I don't... Yes. That thing is thing. Yeah, that's how that works.
Forcibly sacrificing others for one's own desires. Even one as diabolical as I would avoid such actions.
I see.
Logic 101.
It's fine. Let's just leave him alone and find out who killed Coach Nekomaru as fast as we can. Just so you know, it's not like I'm getting hungry or anything, you know.
Mood.
Akane, you were drooling waterfalls?
Nagita, as usual. I can't tell what he's thinking. No idea if he's serious or not.
Anyway, if the killer used the building structure, why don't we think about how they used it?
A equal A. Therefore, A. A.
How they killed Nekomaru.
It might be better if we clarify the cause of death first, don't you think?
Cause of death. He's horribly damaged as if he was beaten senseless with a blunt object. But if he was beaten with a blunt object, it wouldn't be a kill that utilized the building structure. Falling? Crushed by the elevator? Dead battery? Can't be the dead battery. Falling?
I see. That's it.
Fucking
I think he
poggers!
might have died from falling.
Died from falling?
If the funhouse's secret is that it's a structure where both towers and houses are vertically connected, then the killer made use of its height and caused Nekomaru to die from falling.
Is that why he hit... So he hit the pillar crumbled, and his body is just laying there, and that's why he's on top of the fragments?
Are you saying they pushed him off? Where'd they push him off from?
That I don't know yet.
Don't just make things up when you don't know the method. Where in that building would you even be able to push someone off in the first place?
We're about to have an argument?
In the tower. You could push him off the 4th floor when the elevator is on the 1st floor.
Did you forget how the elevator functions? When it's on the 1st floor, the door on the 4th floor won't open.
Saying he died from falling is truly incorrect. You should burn in the flames of hell.
But my gut is going crazy right now.
I'm gonna reach the truth behind this incident. I need to solve that mystery next. Is this another? No. All right, we're arguing. We're arguing.
When the elevator is
No, I don't think you said I was correct.
you can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Mechamarus inside the elevator, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and made use of the drop.
Hold on. Did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside, the other door won't open. Which means the elevator wouldn't have moved either.
That must be the threshold of that elevator.
That's not helpful, Hajime. I forgot what I have on me. Alright, can't be... Well... Could be the good night plan. Rumbling noise, 5:30. Mechamarus walking to the 1st floor. Times are stopped around 7:30. Let's see.
When the elevator is on the 1st floor, you can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this?
Is this...
After locking Mechamarus inside the elevator,
Is this for
they moved
sodas?
the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and made use of the drop.
Suggestion?
Hold on. Did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside.
Did I miss? Hey!
No, that's wrong.
It's wrong.
That sensor should only work if something is moving. If Nekomaru wasn't moving inside, the elevator sensor wouldn't have detected anything.
Could it be his sleep mode?
The Nekomaru's
Beat me to it.
goodnight button is pressed. All of his functions shut down, and he enters sleep mode. If he's in sleep mode, the elevator sensor wouldn't have noticed him, right?
I see. So that's how...
However, even if they moved the elevator in that manner, Nekomaru would have just moved along with it.
True.
There would have been no drop for him to fall and die from, yes?
That's what I was about to explain before Kazuichi interrupted me.
Silence, pest.
Now you're calling me a pest?
Oh, I thought she was talking to Chiaki. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Way to create the drop inside the elevator while Nekomaru is still in it. Oh no, not another one. Oh no. It's gotta be the wire. It's either the broken doorknob or the wire, I have to assume. The wire attached to the broken doorknob?
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
No.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
It does.
How about we all shut up and listen to what Chiaki has to say?
Silence!
What's up, Paper?
Don't.
Do I want to go with the wire for the doorknob? I feel like wire for the doorknob.
To enjoy it.
Whoa, 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 Soda, what? Soda, you're concerning me.
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
God damn.
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
I agree.
I agree with that.
Let's go.
Didn't the doorknob have scrape
I'm
marks on
having big brain moments here.
it? Might have been where it got scraped by the wire.
Which one are they playing, Paper?
Is that the same wire that was tied around Nekomaru?
The tip of that wire was tied into a loop. If the elevator moved while that loop part hung from the doorknob,
If they did something like that, he would have been suspended in midair.
That's right. He was suspended in midair.
Huh?
The killer tied up Mechamarus with the wire while he was in sleep mode. Tied the tip of the wire into a knot.
Is
and hung it
Chiaki
on
the
doorknob
Kyoko
to
of this
the fourth
game?
floor.
Because it feels like Chiaki and Nagito are kind of like sharing the Kyoko spot.
And suspended Mechamarus in midair.
Damn lightning.
That's right. He was so well
Fuck me.
hung. Kinda like.
God damn it. God damn it. Oh no. No. Oh God. Alright, I see it, game. That was worth it. That was worth it.
You better not finish that sentence.
Fucking hell.
the killer took advantage of the elevator's unique feature. Only the floor.
Well hung indeed.
By doing that, they created a drop so Nekomaru could fall to his death.
Too easy.
What beef you got with
So
me?
what if they created a drop? There's no way you can make him fall and die with just that.
Why?
Do I need to get my gloves?
If Nekomaru is suspended in midair like that, then how do you get him to fall? Because if he's suspended in midair, he won't die if he doesn't actually fall.
How do you mean, Paper?
Even if they suspended Nekomaru, how would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean someone had to push him off.
The hammer?
It's possible that he fell on his own.
Nah.
What? Nekomaru fell on his own? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode, right? If he was sleeping, there's no way he could do Now's the time, but in that case, you still won't be able to explain the drop. Moving the elevator with Nekomaru in is just impossible. End of story.
Are we going with the? No, we've gone over the layout of the buildings. The quadrilateral versus hexagon parts, and then we got to the octagon, which is what the bottom of in the hands of. Yeah.
What? Nekomaru fell on his own?
Is it just this? Is that easy?
Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode.
Yeah!
Way to cut through those words.
Let's go.
What do you think would happen if Nekomaru woke up while he was suspended upside down in midair?
What are you saying? Like, how would he even wake up?
He has an alarm inside his body. As long as it was armed, it would have deactivated his sleep mode. Which means the killer set the alarm before they suspended Nekomaru.
I don't think I really had a tough time with it. Right? You have two parts of the building. You have the tower part, you have the cylinder, and then you have the actual like building part. Lower base is just shaped like a hexagon. The top base is shaped like a rectangle. Like buildings change shapes as they go up. I don't really find it odd or anything.
If you woke up from an alarm and realized you were hanging upside down and had no clue why,
She was edgy. Well, Jackie's not dead,
something
so.
like that happened to you, you would start panicking a lot, right? Instinctively, your body would start moving. Mechamarus probably did exactly that.
So how did the doorknob come off?
In order to make it fall from the force he was generating, the wire was hung on the tip of the doorknob so it would easily slip off.
So it would slip off. So how?
In actuality, the scrape marks caused by the wire were near the tip of the doorknob, right?
Okay.
But Nekomaru didn't fall because the wire came off, right?
Because the doorknob fell off.
Because the entire doorknob came off.
There we go.
When Nekomaru awoke, he must have struggled much more than expected, which caused the doorknob to break off.
I'm gonna cry all over again. Uh-oh.
Was that
Uh-oh.
unexpected for the killer too?
Well, that's probably it. If they knew it'd leave behind evidence like that, they would have at least tried to do something to cover it up.
The chains. The reason that even happened was because... Ooh. Mechamarus put all his power into grabbing the doorknob with both hands. Ah! It was already loosened. This is like when you're trying to like get a cap of something off, and you're like, you're twisting, you're going for it, you're just trying to get it. You hand it to your friend, and like, bro, it's easy, just come on. Is that the situation we got here? He's the most unenthusiastic. Look, man, I'm just trying to live up to Nekomaru's standards. He was a very shy, soft-spoken guy. In fact, I think I give him too much credit. It's more like, ooh.
Do you finally understand now?
Yeah. It appears it's just as Miss Sonia said.
I don't.
I'm just a pest. No, I'm not just a pest. I'm a total fucking pig.
What? But did Soda and Nagito like switch places? Like, I feel like their roles are just reversed right now.
Isn't that right, Miss Sonia? If I'm a fucking pig, you can say so.
No, I believe you gave your all.
Hey, why aren't you teasing me anymore?
This guy, he gets off on this.
So thanks to that alarm, Nekomaru ended up falling while he was still hanging upside down. That doesn't mean he just crashed straight into the floor. Of course, you know that too, right?
You know how many guns? He ran out of battery. I think Colic did come out of his eyes. Collide with a pillar.
I see!
When Nekomaru fell to the floor, he ended up colliding with the pillar.
Because Luigi stabbed my balls.
Finally, the pillar!
Oh,
So
God.
that's how the pillar shattered, and why oil was spilled all over the place.
So true, though.
told you the pillar was the weapon. My gut was totally right.
Well, the pillar was a bonus. It's not even clear if the killer intended that, or if it was just a coincidence.
Oh God, I'm just imagining like Soda versus Scarlet from FF7. Like that is frightening energy right there. Right there. Soda would definitely be the dude who's just like bending over underneath Scarlet.
At this point, it is quite difficult to find a clue that will lead to the killer.
Then what about the alarm? I'm positive the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, cranked up to 11 indeed.
From there.
Hold on, baby gangsta.
Stop calling me baby gangsta.
What'd you just say? Did you say the alarm was set for
Baby gangsta.
7:30 a.m.?
You didn't check it yourself? Nekomaru's alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.
Well, technically 7:31, but whatever.
Nah, that's impossible. Because even though I slept in a little, I still got to the tower at 7 in the morning.
Did we though?
Now that you mention it, so did I. There was no way I could be late for
Rihiko Kazoo? Oh no.
I left for Grape Tower before 7 a.m.
And if we found Nekomaru's body there, it would have been before the 7:30 a.m. alarm went off.
It appears yet another contradiction has been birthed. How were you able to discover Nekomaru died at 7:30 a.m. when you went to the tower at 7?
We're a Time Lord.
That's what I
Duh.
wanna know.
So one thing C and Dale have in common. Thanks. Thanks. That would be a clue. If there's any one character, Celeste all the way. Easy. Pekka's a good second though.
We headed for Grape Tower. Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru's chest
Get out of here,
was
NG.
set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
Wait,
The killer probably did some tampering.
are we using the radio clock? Is that
They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest.
that's not possible?
No, that's wrong.
Sorry, no, it's wrong.
No, the clock inside his chest was a radio clock, so it would have been impossible to mess with.
So you're saying there's no way the killer could have tampered with the clock?
As I'm saying, Buckaroo.
Maybe the clock Miss Sonia saw was the one that got tampered with.
The clock inside Grape House?
No, I checked all the clocks inside the funhouse.
Oh, that's what I asked you to do. So you really listened to me and checked all the clocks.
And because of that, I can confidently declare that all the clocks had the same time displayed.
Of course I did.
If there's no possibility that the time was tampered with, then we must doubt that human's testimony.
Please believe me, we are not lying.
Then maybe it's a misunderstanding?
I never misunderstand. I'll crush you into dog food.
I should doubt the clock. Oh, okay, so like, we're not doubting the people, or just down the device that people are talking about? Oh no. Okay, logic dive. I thought it was gonna be a Hangman's Gambit. Time to go fast, boys. Oh god. Where the time in the building? I mean, we don't know who the killer is yet, but where we don't know. This is my final answer. Nice. Oh, good lord. Good lord. What? What is this insanity? What do I need to do? Oh, good God. Okay, okay. Take it easy. No. Nope. This is gonna be the death of me. Okay. Okay. It's a real game now. Which clock was tampered with? The building's clocks, obviously. So I've been thinking about starting some new speed. Oh, good lord. Jesus. I've been thinking about starting some new speedrun games. Don't think I need to go. Okay. I've been thinking about like starting Celeste. Maybe playing Celeste because there's a lot of movement stuff. Which house had the wrong time? Both houses, boys. Really excited to try that out. I've been wanting to work on a Hollow Knight speedrun, get back into Dark Souls, and start up Celeste. Maybe get into Cluster Truck. We'll see.
You said you checked all the clocks inside the building. Isn't that right, Fuyuhiko?
Yeah.
It
none
looks
of the
intense,
clocks had
dude.
the wrong time.
I definitely get that.
But what if all those clocks have been messed with?
But like, it has what I kind of like about Dark Souls, where it seems like a lot of the like for some of the Souls glitches, like it's very intense button inputs, and it's all about timing and rhythm, right? I want to try my hand at it. It looks fun.
What? All the clocks?
So even if you checked all the clocks inside the building, there's no way you'd have noticed it.
I see. So the killer messed with the time inside the whole building by changing all the clocks. So that's what it was. There's no way I would have noticed that. This is truly fantastic!
Now's not the time to be pleased. More importantly, how much was the time off?
Well, 2 hours, roughly. Right? We can assume. Oh no. Now what? Another argument. Oh jeez. Kane's account for Yukiko's account. I feel like we'll use Yukiko's account for this. Let's double check. Akane heard a rumbling noise around 5:30. Fuyuhiko saw Nakamura walk toward the first floor around 5. Okay.
Then we can only rely on Nekomaru's radio clock.
The time of death. It's clearly 7:30 a.m.
If I'm going to disagree with that, I can't use Akane's.
The problem is, what time would 7:30 be? In our time.
Are there any clues that can be used to narrow that down?
The rumbling, right?
If only I heard the sound when you fell.
Am I agreeing with
It
that?
would have been a great clue.
Or his scream.
He's not the type
to let out a scream?
If only Nekomaru's alarm was loud enough, we would have heard it too.
There's no point in saying that. If does not exist in this world.
If the time in the building was all messed up, then we can only rely on Nekomaru's radio clock.
The time of death. Which clearly 7:30 a.m.
I feel like I definitely want to go with
The problem is, what time would 7:30 be? In our time.
Connie's account here, yeah.
Are there any clues that can be used to narrow that
To
down?
agree with, we'll see.
If only I heard the sound when he fell. It would have been a great clue.
Is that what I want to agree with?
His scream.
He's not the type to let out a scream.
If only Nekomaru's alarm was loud enough,
No, that can't be it.
we would have heard it too.
There's no point in saying that. If does not exist in this world.
Okay. Well, I did a task of Chapter 9 and was gross. Is Chapter 9... Is it split into different... Like, the levels are different chapters?
If the time in the building was
Probably
all messed
paper.
up,
Probably.
then we can only rely on Nekomaru.
The time of death, which clearly 7...
The problem is, in our time.
Are there any clues that can...
If only I heard the sound when he fell.
Yeah, buddy.
Agree with that.
Let's go.
That's right. We should have heard the sound he made when he fell.
Rough beginning.
that
We're
rumbling noise?
doing slightly better. I like this.
Rumbling?
I thought it was just an earthquake, so I went back to sleep. Was that the sound from when Nekomaru fell?
Well, the huge body fell from the 4th floor to the 1st, and the pillar fell with it. It's obvious we'd hear the impact sound.
Speaking of more insane execution for speedruns, have y'all seen the getting over it speedruns? Or more explicitly, have y'all seen like the 50-second task speedrun of getting over it? That shit is insane.
We heard that noise too.
It was when we were gathered at the Strawberry House Lounge. What is it, Sonia?
Oh, well. That sound everyone heard? I did not hear it at all.
Neither did Nagito.
You probably didn't hear it because you were sleeping.
I could not sleep at all. I was awake the whole night with hunger pangs.
There's nothing to worry about. What's important is that rumbling noise anyway.
If we use that rumbling sound as a reference, we might be able to figure out how much our time was off.
Fuyuhiko said that he saw Nekomaru.
I heard that sound probably around 5:30 in the morning.
Huh? You can tell?
I instantly woke up and left my room. And that's when I saw the clock in the lounge.
You can eat me, Sonia.
Excellent work, Akane.
It's like the answer to how much time I... By 2 hours.
I see.
Nailed it.
Nekomaru's alarm went off at 7:30, and if we heard the sound of his impact at 5:30, that means our time was off by 2 hours.
Any particular reason?
Hours? That much?
Based on personality? Or...
There's no way we would have noticed.
So, like, my first thought was that this could have been Nekomaru trying to save, well, in his eyes, save everyone else, but...
Plus, the funhouse has no windows, and there weren't any Monokuma announcements either.
However, for what reason did the killer alter our perception of time?
The reason is obvious, so they can lure out just Nekomaru.
It's not Akane, is it? I would assume that she would know a lot of information about Nekomaru.
If you messed with the clocks and used a specific thing, You definitely get Nekomaru to the tower alone, right?
And she was the one who came up with the time. Suspicious.
From there, the killer's plan was a splendid success. That's all it means.
Also use a specific thing. Monokuma Tai Chi? Massage time? What the hell's massage time?
I see.
That's it. The killer made use of the Monokuma Tai Chi
Easy.
activity in the morning.
How did they use it?
So, wait, so are this... No, what?
We were required to go to Great Tower every morning at 7 a.m. for that activity, right?
So because... Okay. So because Nekomaru has his internal clock, you know what time it was. The clocks were switched for everyone else, they didn't think anything about it.
But if they mess with all the clocks inside the building, what would that do to us?
We wouldn't be able to attend on time. That wouldn't affect Nekomaru. His radio clock had the exact time.
How much do I buy this? I'm a little confused on the scope. So, like... They've spent... How many... I guess I'll probably find the answer to this out. How many days did they spend here? Would their body have been acclimated to wake up at a certain time? I'm having a slight disconnect between when... I'm having a disconnect between when they normalize the time that they're seen on the clocks to the time on the clocks being changed, and that affecting their sleep schedule or their pattern.
That's right. In doing so, the killer was able to lure him to the tower
The
by himself
Kitagami.
at the precise time.
Boy.
When I witnessed Nekomaru early in the morning,
I kind of liked Yaki in this one better.
If I recall, you witnessed Nekomaru around 5 a.m.
Don't forget they were also starving. In terms of what? Or like, what relevance does that have? This isn't like a dig at them not noticing something. I'm just confused. Trying to take in what their sleep patterns would have been like. And how they all managed to wake up on time.
And if that time was also 2 hours off, it should have been 7 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Bodies probably aren't pushing to wake up at a regular time. But they need to, right? I guess that's... Because yes, I get that. I definitely would go subscribe to that. I'm just confused how they managed to do so. Right? Because they would need to wake up in time for Tai Chi. Otherwise, they face the punishment. They did that the first day, and then the clocks changed. So... Yeah, like that's just how I'm trying to like reconcile this and see how, apart from just being like, hey, plot. But anyways, it's probably not that relevant, just where my mind's going off to.
At that time, he was heading over to Monokuma Tai Chi, right on schedule.
I see. Now that I think about it, I realize what Monokuma meant when he said those words.
So, because my point here is that they had, if they had been on a schedule, even if they were hungry, starving, I get it. It's not the first thing you want to think about. They had the ability to wake up on time the previous day or days, I don't remember. What makes this one different? Because it clearly was different. If they woke up at 5, aren't they already late? Because they had to go down at 7:30, right? Sorry. No, if they woke up at 7, God, words. If they woke up at fine, if they woke up at 5, they're fine if they just went down. But the only reason they woke up was because of the crash at 5:30, which means they already would have been late. So in which case, even if the clocks weren't fucked with, they were still screwed. Right? Or am I misunderstanding? Some were awake at 5, like Fuyuhiko. I thought that the majority of them woke up because of the crash, though.
Too early. He didn't even ask you yet.
They saw it was 7, so the others weren't up. They would have. You think? I guess so. For whatever reason, I was thinking that they wouldn't wake up the others and they would just head down. I guess that kind of shows what kind of person I am. I'm not projecting onto them, I swear. I swear. I'm a good person. I try to be.
When you said everyone, you were including us, right? We thought we came to the tower on time, but in truth, it was way past the meeting time.
What, did you like Nekomaru paper?
Well, how should I put it? What was it? You know, tripping over a foot or something like that.
Are you talking about tripping over someone else's fault?
Wrong! Too bad.
Liar! I'm right.
And I like the cult. Uh-oh.
It's incorrect.
Well, that's fine. Like, we've got a lot of, like, really
Stubborn like this.
good
Just
characters
ignore the
left.
Peanut Gallery.
So.
Now that we've found out how the killer lured Nekomaru,
It's not even like that narrows it down, you know?
the number of suspects has drastically decreased.
Huh?
Hey, why would that decrease the number of suspects? Don't
What's
be a
up, Aware
friggin'
Cat?
liar.
How you doing?
You'll know I'm not lying when you listen to what Fuyuhiko's going to say next.
Huh? What the hell do you mean?
I think Hiko's gonna say next. So this is his account.
Is Nekomaru going toward the tower? Did something else happen after that?
Are you talking about that alarm?
On the clock?
A little while after I witnessed Nekomaru, the clock in the Strawberry House lounge started going off.
Okay.
Plus, it was just before that rumbling sound occurred. That's it. So that's what it is. If Nekomaru died when the rumble happened, then whoever doesn't have an alibi at the time is the prime suspect.
Nagito?
Really? Was there anyone who didn't have an alibi at that time?
Did you just say strawberry? Could've.
The sound was so loud I couldn't help bolting from my room.
What, strawberry versus strawberry?
He never left the lounge.
Was strawberry like,
Both on the same floor. It's pretty weird that bastard never came out of his guest room.
what,
Which means that person
European?
does not have an alibi for when Nekomaru
I'm thinking like
fell?
English, British?
Who is it? Who's the bastard?
Wait, don't tell me I have to choose. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. I totally wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I don't know. I am also confused, Cat. How can I help you? How can we help you? Is it Soda? Soda wasn't at the lounge, right? God, I don't know. Definitely not Hiko. I don't remember. I want to say it's you.
You're the only one.
It is you. Don't tell me it's actually
The
you.
one who wasn't there. It's you, right, Nagito?
Oh no.
That's right. Nagito wasn't there.
Thank you, Althean.
Fuyuhiko.
Yeah, okay, I thought Soda was there. Okay. Good.
You didn't come out, even though the alarm was going off like crazy. You weren't in your room, were you?
If that's the case, where were you?
Please, say something.
Let's get it.
If you don't hurry up and answer, I'm gonna suicide dive you!
Oh, freezing, Akane! Freezing!
Even if I wanted to go to the lounge, I couldn't.
You couldn't? What do you mean?
It's merely the foolish talk of the weak.
Not only did I not hear the alarm, I never even heard that rumbling sound.
Yes.
You're definitely fucking lying.
However,
This is mature
that
game.
is also true for me. It is obvious that I did not hear the alarm in Strawberry House. But I did not hear the rumbling sound either. Is that not strange?
Oh,
I mean, everyone else heard it.
Okay, so we were talking about Strawberry, right? sorry to bring things to a halt. My only thought on someone saying Strawberry is the guy that plays oh god, is it Ziegler from Moulin Rouge? He calls Nicole Kidman's character his little strawberry. And that's just ingrained in my head now. Anyways,
To be
moving
honest,
forward.
It's not just them. The same goes for me too. I was in a pretty deep sleep, so I thought that's why I couldn't hear it. But
We heard it though. Like Hajime heard
it
the
wasn't
sound,
that.
right?
I probably couldn't hear it at all.
Couldn't hear it? What does that mean?
You still don't know.
Is it because of the floors? Because straw. Oh god, I don't remember which is on top. Is grape on top? No, strawberry's on top, right? God.
Think about what the three of us who didn't hear a sound have in common, and I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Nakata, Sonya, and Chiaki. Not another logic dive. No, Hangman's Gambit, okay. Oh no. No. No, okay. What a DB. No, that's really. Oh, hold on. Oops. That was further out. What am I missing? L. Why did we get X? That has to be something really specific. It's R. D-E-L. Oh. Well, that's an O, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Deluxe. There we go. I am slow on the uptick. Where else did we go? I'm looking for an R. It's right there. It's right there. Really? Just need an M. There we go. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. I need an S. I need an S. Thank you. Whew, I thought I was done. I got so lost on the X. I couldn't picture it.
Three of you were staying in deluxe rooms, right?
And then, well, what did I see? The U, I think? I don't remember.
If I recall,
Whew.
the deluxe rooms are...
Oh, Cat, thank you for the follow, my dude. I appreciate it. I completely forgot that we had the different, like, grades of rooms. And we got the crummy room. Which, honestly, if I'm going to different rooms, like, I'd take the crummy room. It looks fine. And it looks the most spacious.
It was because the deluxe rooms have superior sound insulation.
I'm tired, but I feel like having a good cry. Oh no.
Are
Oh
you
no.
using your ultimate reserve
I'm
course
sorry, Paper.
student talent? Now then, you guys must understand by now, right? The true identity of Nekomaru's killer.
Hold on a sec. Why does that lead to who the killer is?
Why? Well, that fact just now is a very important clue and a decisive factor in identifying the killer. Decisive factor?
Somehow I feel like Hajime understands what Nagato means, because Dale sure as hell doesn't. Oh god. I feel like I was phasing in and out of listening. I want to go with the Kane. That my gut says a Kane. But oh, really? Wait, really? Oh, I didn't think they actually let me do that. Where's the Leon option? Can't look at the text. I honestly have no idea. Who are we identifying? I don't know. I totally missed the conversation that led up to this. And I feel like this is just going to be I'm going to choose the thing until it's the right thing, because I don't know. I know. I didn't mean it. Just on the rooms, we know who the killer is. Oh. Oh god, I'm gonna have to think. Thinking's not my strong suit. Alright, so the entire factor is based on the rooms, right? Oh shit.
There's something I want to ask you.
Thank you, God!
When the alarm rang at the Strawberry House Lounge, you rushed over there too,
Oh.
right?
Oh
What's
god.
wrong with that? If the bell of catastrophe
Oh
rings
right, you
throughout the
liked
night,
Gundam Paper.
It is the universe's providence to stop it.
Oh, that's right.
Why were you able to hear it?
Oh man.
Hear what?
I mean, you were also staying in a deluxe room, right? Nagito was staying in a deluxe room in the same house on the same floor, and he couldn't even hear it. So why were you able to hear that alarm?
Yeah. Yeah. Alright.
Now that you mention it,
Gundam?
There's only one possibility. You weren't in your room at the time.
Yeah, I'm not
That's right. Even though you were staying in
I'm
a
not
deluxe
looking
room,
for hints
you
unless
stayed
I
in
am
the lounge.
down up
Am I
against the
right?
wall. Cat. Appreciate it though. But please try to refrain.
Gundam, you have some sort of explanation, right?
Gundam probably couldn't return to his room because of Fuyuhiko.
No worries.
Me?
I'm trying not to look at chat when making decisions anyways,
After
so
you saw Nekomaru heading to the tower, you stayed at the lounge for a while. Am I correct? Until the moment that alarm started ringing, right? If you were in the lounge for that long, the killer who had left earlier obviously wouldn't be able to go back.
I'm sorry, Paper. Take your time.
Even though
Take your
Mechamaru's
time. Let it
murder
out. It's okay.
was a death trap that utilized the alarm in his chest. The killer still needed to prepare the murder in advance.
I was just gonna say, do they let the hamsters live? I think like a few streams ago, I'm like, man, I really hope that Gundam doesn't die. Like, who are gonna take care of his hamsters then? Do his hamsters eat him? Do they get like revenge? Ooh.
like putting Nekomaru in sleep mode and tying him up with the wire.
In order to do that, the killer needed to be waiting for Nekomaru at the tower.
Oh man.
Which means when Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru, the killer was already at the tower.
And once they tried to go back, they couldn't because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge.
Right.
In their original plan, the killer should have returned to their room before the alarm in the lounge went off.
Right. Okay.
were supposed to stay in their room. They weren't planning to come out and go to the lounge.
Yeah. I'm glad it's not.
Means they wouldn't have heard the alarm or the rumbling sound, thus proving they were in the room.
I hate that I'm gonna say this. I'm glad. I know. Oh, god damn it, paper. Oh, good lord. Oh, that makes me feel so bad. I'm kind of happy that wasn't Nagito. Not because I particularly like Nagito, but because I think that he has a lot of interesting story development left. Like he's going to be central to moving the plot forward.
Just like us.
The best case scenario would have been if those two in the lounge had gone to check the deluxe rooms. After all, if they personally saw the killer sleeping in their room, it gives the killer a stronger alibi.
True.
Unfortunately, they failed to secure that alibi. I was in the lounge. So the killer couldn't go back to their room and ended up hearing the lounge's alarm.
You can't say that it doesn't give them a stronger alibi. They can still try to come up with something. That's fine. But I mean, them sleeping or sleeping, it's fair. That just yeah.
Why'd you come out?
Let's talk about that for a
Should've
second.
hid till the excitement died down.
If Gundam tried to hide, and if those two went to his room to check on him, he would have been found out. That would have been the worst possible outcome. That's why he couldn't just stay hidden.
If those two had just checked the deluxe rooms as planned, that would have been ideal, but how ironic. The moment Fuyuhiko set foot in the lounge, your plan was doomed.
Gundam is very familiar with Doom.
Please, can you at least say something?
Is there a Gundam X Sonya ship? Out of like real curiosity?
Myself in my Thor Dark
I really hope not.
How many ears do we possess?
Huh?
The answer is 10.
There is. Oh
That's right.
god.
I possess 10 ears. That means I have 5.
It's a very strong ship.
Human. The soundproof system here may as well not exist.
Is that your argument?
You bastard! Do you understand the situation you're in right now?
Uh-oh.
Do not panic. The truth shall now commence. At the time, I left my room to go to the bathroom. By coincidence, I heard the alarm. That's right. That's all it was. The world is always so simple.
So simple.
Are you
Come
saying
on.
it was just a coincidence? Isn't that timing a little too perfect?
And yet, I'm being suspected by all of you. It seems it was actually horrible timing on my part.
I see. You're still holding out. Well, you don't have to admit it. We're going to decide who the killer is with the majority vote anyway. So, why don't we just go ahead and start voting? It's obvious that Gundam is the killer.
It's obvious that Gundam's
Hold
the
on a
killer.
sec. You know, Hajime, this class trial, this killing, it's merely the opening act, you know.
To what?
Hey, what do you mean a class trial is just the opening act?
Shut up, Monokuma.
Perhaps I should say it's just a farce. Just a boring farce. So boring, so stressful. I'm so painfully bored that I might develop stomach ulcers. Seriously. Let's just hurry up and finish this before I collapse from poor health.
Nagito, something definitely happened to you.
He snapped, bro.
At some point during the investigation, your behavior became even weirder. What actually happened? Did you discover something?
Well, let's just leave that fun for later. And finish this opening act already.
Reverse Junko.
You said opening act again.
Please hold on.
Well, Junko was one of my favorite characters, so.
But he's completely shut up. Perhaps he can't argue anymore.
Gundam!
I was simply at a loss for words after being dumbfounded by your pathetic assumption. In fact, I shall deny the very basis. Your assumption has been wrong since the beginning.
Since the beginning?
Is this the return of Gundam? Is this the Gundam reboot?
Mechamarus from the 4th floor of the tower and made the floor descend to the 1st floor. From there, after returning to Strawberry House, I was present when the
What's up,
alarm at the
Althea?
lounge went off. Correct. Although going to and fro is busy enough.
Oh
as
shit,
is,
did it?
How would I be able to
Oh,
travel
good shit.
between both houses
It's on
anyway?
Switch and PS4, right?
I see. The contact elevator.
Probably gonna download that later tonight.
As I recall, the killer
You know what?
tampered
Shit.
with the Grape House control panel, which shut down the elevator.
It's the next Kingdom Hearts game, Rourke. We've got a little bit of time before D&D tomorrow. I might give the demo a whirl tomorrow, and then no, I get like the hour and a half before D&D. We can start D&D. That's like perfect timing.
Plus, the stopped elevator should have been facing the Grape House side.
Yeah, shut it, Angie. I like what I like.
If so,
Although I don't know if I
the
like
human who used the
rhythm
elevator would
stuff,
have
but
left
we'll
it
see.
at Grape House. For these reasons, it's an indisputable fact that the killer destroyed the elevator at Grape House.
Let me know how you like it, Elfian. I'm gonna be very interested.
If the elevator was broken at Grape House, you wouldn't be able to return to Strawberry House.
However, I was already
Deny
at
it,
Strawberry
Gabe.
House. I was present when the alarm in the lounge
Oh,
started
God.
ringing.
Or tolerate the actual game to get to the lore.
Assumption is clearly
Yeah.
wrong.
Are you serious? And here I thought it's already been decided.
Have you learned your lesson, pitiful humans? You cannot overcome this contradiction.
That's where you're wrong, kid. We can. When something is obviously wrong, that's when a contradiction is born. There's no such thing as a contradiction that can't be overcome. Damn right. All right, what are we arguing about now?
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses. As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me? Why don't we stop this already?
Ba, 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 ba. And they were on the strawberry side, right? Yeah.
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses. As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption
God damn it.
collapses.
Plus,
my God.
the elevator was broken at Grape House.
if the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
Ooh, I'm actually really stuck.
Why don't we stop this already?
So, what's being asked? We need to figure out why the button is broken in Strawberry and elevator at Grape. My first thought is hamsters, but I don't have anything for that.
That elevator was
Got the radio clock.
the only
What do we
means
have?
of
We have
travel
7.
between the two houses. As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption could.
The Hiko's account is just him seeing Nekomaru, right? How the killer gets to the other house? The elevators are broken. Right. At first thought it was the sudden appearance, but
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that.
all right. So, thinking, yeah, actually, real interesting question. Elevator left Strawberry, went to Grape. Panel at Strawberry is broken. Does that mean that the panel was broken, so they couldn't call it? Well, no, right. So, but then how would they be able to get back? What's to prevent them from sending the elevator back over? If you have a truth bolt that should work, but they don't give it to you? Like what? The only thing I was thinking of was the Nagito one. Which obviously isn't... the answer. Right, but like what's... So, my question is what's to prevent the person from going over, taking the elevator back, sending the elevator back to Grape, and then destroying, tampering the thing over on Strawberry's side. Right, which means that they would have to be gone from that side in the first place. Because that's how elevators work. I do it all the time at my job. You can't send the elevator, just call it? Oh. Really? Damn, never mind. That gets rid of that idea. Like I'm thinking like back what I do at work, right? Like I go from the 3rd floor, the people upstairs on the 3rd floor, I go back down to the 1st floor to get back to the office, and to save them time, where I just send the elevator back up for them. So they don't have to wait like the 10 seconds it takes for the elevator to get back up. Like, whatever. I don't know. I don't know, Paper.
There's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me? Why don't we stop this already?
Should look at the bullets again.
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses. As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was
Oh, I don't even have the button.
broken at Grape House.
No, that's the good night button.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not opposed to a step. Elevator is the only means of travel is directly contradicted by Nako's sudden appearance. Right. Yeah, that is where my mind is going to. And we've obviously, like, to Lightning's point, main character knows that. We saw Nagito come out of thin air.
How much longer do you...
But that means that Gundam went through the final dead room, right? So that's the only way to get through there. Which I don't know if that's something that is being proved or. Okay. That was another thought I have. I don't know what.
Why don't we stop this already? That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses.
Is this what I'm doing?
As long as that elevator
Because
was broken,
we know that that's not true.
your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
if the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry, there's no question that the following...
It would have been different if they had.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much
Oh!
longer do you
Oh
plan
my
to
God!
lecture me?
Oh my
Why don't we
God!
stop this already.
Oh, do I take the secret passageway?
That elevator, the only means of travel, as long as that your assumption...
Plus, the elevator broken at Grape House.
if the killer cannot
Oh
return
my
to Strawberry House,
slow
Since I
ass.
was at Strawberry, there's no question that the following...
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture
that it?
me? Why don't we stop this already?
Maybe.
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses.
Yeah, there we go. That's wrong. Good lord, my brain hurts so
There should
much.
have been another way to move between the two houses without the elevator.
Such a method does not exist.
Then why don't we ask the person who actually used that method?
Wait, what? Now who am I selecting? Wait, what? Am I selecting Nagito because he used the... Okay, cool.
Nagito? You should know.
Honestly, I don't think it's dumb. Like, the context is there. Us not having the direct bullet for it is fair. I guess. I think it'd be. Would it make more sense? I guess it would. Because we know of another way to get through it. But we don't know that Gundam... We don't know that Gundam passed through the room, right? I don't know.
What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You appeared so suddenly that one time because you used that method, right?
My heart will go up. God, paper.
There's a secret passage connecting the first floor of Strawberry House to the third floor of Grape House. Isn't that right?
Jeez. Once again, I let the reserve course show up. But you're right. There's a door on the floor of the Octagon, which is on the first floor of Strawberry House.
Anytime I see Octagon, I just think Otacon. And I can't get that out of my head. Damn you, Metal Gear.
After I opened the door and went down... Surprise, surprise!
Oh.
I ended up in the Monokuma archive, which is on the third floor of Grape House.
Interesting.
Meaning the third floor and the fourth floor are actually connected.
Plus, once you've cleared the final dead room once, you can pass through it as many times as you want.
Oh.
If they used that secret passage, they could have gone
Okay.
between the two houses as much as they wanted.
Did I know that?
Infinity Unlimited Flame!
Oh no, not again.
However, what if the killer was unaware of the existence of the final dead room?
There's no way they didn't know.
That is merely an illusion you have fabricated from your own suspicion.
Is this another way of Gundam saying that he didn't know the final dead room existed?
If you value your life, you should stop with your scrutiny.
There's no way I can stop.
Did you say? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Okay, Hulk. To knock back the accusations and... Sure, paper.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes.
Oh god, there we go, there we go.
You use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say. Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Good lord. I also want to look at
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say. Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I can't back down.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I remember that.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say. Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Woo!
I already proved a secret
Good
passage
God.
exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon. Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind confusion, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light.
Okay.
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon. Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of
What do I
blind
have?
confusion, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light.
Wait, what? How do I... What do I have?
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon. Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind confusion, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light.
Can you call me a current date? Jesus. I don't know what I have. That's the killer went to the Octagon. Which would be what?
the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the octagon. Don't bark, you cur. You don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind
Can't be that.
confusion. At least pray to
No.
the key which dwells in the light.
What relates to the octagon? I think this has to relate back to the final dead room as well. Yo, Meowsy. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Enjoy your 2 months. What are you doing tonight?
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the octagon. Don't bark, you cur. You don't want at least pray
Oh
to
god,
the key
that's not what I
which
wanted at
dwells
all.
in the light.
Oh no. But I don't. What do I have?
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the octagon. Don't bark, you cur.
There's no way.
Want to drown
No
in the
way.
maelstrom of blind
Yeah, no, it's not.
confusion.
Okay, so I thought.
Know the limits of your own reasoning.
Can't be the
Say
wire.
the killer went to the
It's is it the button? I'm very confused right now. Yeah, so that's where I'm at.
maelstrom of blind confusion.
No, it's not.
Crap! Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the octagon. Don't bark, you cur. You don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind confusion. At least pray to the key. Which
What does
dwells-
any of that have to do with it? So we have the wire, we have the... Oh, it's the good night button too, isn't it? It's not even... it's not even the broken button. No. Ugh, gosh. What's up, Happiness? How you doing? Color fragments don't mean anything. Oh my gosh. Does it have to do with where Gundam is? I'm taking a break from the game. You're playing though since I get too worried over messing up. What a mood. What a mood. I'm sorry you feel that way. Happy. I don't know, Angie. I'm kind of feeling half and half right now.
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the octagon. Don't bark, you cur.
Oh my god. What kind of chocolate? I'm even though I'm not a big chocolate kind of person, I enjoy me some dark chocolate. Oh man. No, gum must be my ass so badly right now. It's all red, swollen. It's not great. Reese's Cups. Yeah. More power to your happiness. My kind of chocolate's more like, well, anything with like caramel or nougat or. You are. Is that like the southern version of Noir? You are. God, I have no idea.
If you don't don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind confusion. At least pray to the key.
I'm blindly confused right now. I really am.
Know the limits of your You say the kill. Don't bark. You don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind
No.
confusion. Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the
Can't be the
killer
radio
went to
clock.
the octagon. Don't bark, you cur. You don't want to drown in the maelstrom of...
Allow me to cut through those words.
What? Hold on. What? Let me think about this. What about the wire indicates that he went to? Oh God! How do I piece this together? How do I come to this conclusion? What about the wire indicates that the killer went to? The final dead room. Oh, really? Oh my God. Was there a wire inside it? I totally thought that was something that existed in within Nekomaru himself as like one of his various functions or add-ons. I didn't even think it was something separate entirely. Oh. Oh. All right. I'm back to being dumb. I'm back to being very dumb. What's up, 1517? How are you doing tonight?
The wire used to string up Nekomaru's
Oh
body.
gosh. Was part of Nekomaru, they would have told you. The way that his limbs were, let me see if I can go back to it. Yeah, for whatever reason, the way that like the limbs were, I guess I took it to be as like the wires coming out from out of his body, and it was just strung around. I totally just didn't put that together. That was like an old idea that I had, but if it was used before he was even destroyed, yeah, obviously that doesn't make sense. Maybe. Hunks of metal. Nekomaru, hunk, no way.
The hammer that looked like the weapon, and the chain on the door in the tower. Those are all the items that weren't in Funhouse.
Yeah,
Where
no,
did the
no,
killer obtain them?
don't worry.
The only place I can think of is the octagon. There were various weapons and tools there.
Hulk of metal and
Pretty sure
coal,
I saw
damn
stuff
right.
Like wires, hammers, and chains too.
Since those items were used in the crime, there's no doubt that the killer went to the octagon.
Yeah. I feel like even the hint of the hammer would have been, but not the hint of the hammer. Like, we have, yeah. That would make sense if it came from the octagon, right? I feel like that makes more sense than the wire, but whatever. Whatever.
If that's the
It's
case,
fine.
they obviously know about the secret passage too, right?
It seems this is the end. Normally we'd end up listening to Hajime lecture
Ooh.
us with a
What
very
cosplay,
long
Happiness?
summary of the case. But there's no reason to waste any more time on this opening act. So I'm going to end this right now.
Hey, what are you...
Stealing our thunder.
First of all, by messing with all the clocks in the building, Gundam tried to lure
Wait.
only Nekomaru.
Wait.
The elevator was probably broken
Wait.
by that point.
Really is stealing our
After
thunder.
that, Nekomaru wasn't able to go to
No.
Great Tower, which was supposed to be the meetup point. So he tried going over to Strawberry Tower, just like we did when we found out the elevator was broken.
I feel
Well,
betrayed.
It's obvious he'd attempt that. At that time, we didn't know the two towers were the exact same place. Also,
But our manga.
the button in Strawberry Hall wasn't broken, so he was easily
I didn't
able
get
to
a
enter
PTA, which
Strawberry
is
Tower.
curious.
But surprise! Gundam was waiting for Nekomaru's arrival.
Hold on. If Nekomaru didn't go to Strawberry Tower,
We need to own our
what
manga.
would have done then?
Their plan was a balancing act of uncertainties. But even if they failed, they probably wouldn't have minded. They can just greet everyone the next morning as if nothing happened, and come up with a different plan.
Fair.
And without such a risky plan, they wouldn't have been able to lure him at all.
I'm going to continue summarizing the case, okay? Through this, Gundam successfully lured Nekomaru to Strawberry Tower.
Which mangas?
There's
Happiness?
no way he could fight head-on with the robotic
Yeah,
Nekomaru.
yeah.
So by pressing the goodnight button, he rendered Nekomaru powerless without fighting him.
Hold on.
All of them? But all
did
of
you
what?
Just say that I didn't battle?
What's wrong with that?
Don't
Uh-oh.
mess with me.
This
Don't
Gundam's
mess with me.
pride
I
is
cannot
torn.
ignore those words.
Uh-oh.
Why are you angry all of a sudden?
You fools do not understand.
Oh.
You don't understand at all.
Wait, there's
You
manga?
make me laugh. After all this time, you
That's
still
interesting.
don't understand anything
I've-
at all.
I
Like,
don't understand anything. What does that mean?
have we gone over that before? If we have, I completely forgot. I just know of I knew of the first anime. I wasn't aware of the third one. That's neat though. Yeah, good stuff.
It appears I cannot finish just yet. Maybe I'm just a human destined for hell. However, I cannot finish just yet.
I don't know what it is, and it's so edgy, but maybe I'm just a human destined for hell. I kind of love it. I kind of really love it.
I cannot finish!
What do you intend to do?
It's obvious. I'm going to destroy your illusory assumptions.
Are you saying you still have more? You still have room to argue?
Your words. You said I pressed Nekomaru's goodnight button. However, that button was on the back of Nekomaru's neck. To press it, I'd have to get behind him.
Yeah.
It's not easy to get the drop on Coach Nekomaru.
It's even more difficult if it's a one-on-one situation.
Just as I thought, truly frail, succumbing so easily to this simple argument. It was just a mere illusion.
That's
If you want to set me up as the killer, at least surpass your own human limitations.
I can see that being rough. Happiness.
That's wrong, Gundam. You're the one who's wrong.
Such a wonderful line. However, I cannot say that I'm satisfied. Listen well. I shall teach you 2 tips for making someone admit their defeat.
2 tips.
First, you must crush them with your own overwhelming power. And as for the other, you must provide a reason that will persuade that human. You have not fulfilled either of those yet.
I'm not gonna leave you no choice but to be persuaded. Is this? Oh yeah, here we are. Time for our own rhythm game.
For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesies! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crush as David prophesized! Show me the cadaver!
How?
I won't let
How?
you.
Oh my god.
For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crush as David prophesized! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crush as David prophesized! For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you!
This is fine, right? Oh, I need to reload.
David prophesized! I won't let you! It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him so easily? This is the
Hey. Cool.
Even if you didn't get behind Nekomaru,
This is like Terra Terra all over again. So I wasn't even paying attention to what he was saying. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
unless you have the power of the hamsters you keep with you.
Are you seriously saying he used his hamsters to press the button on the back of Nekomaru's neck?
Chuck is fine. Chuck is a good call. Happiness. I approve. I approve. Finish gentleman through 3 phases. Nagano might not be so bad. Want Nagano gone for stealing the manga spotlight. Fine again, since people keep interrupting him. We have the spotlight again.
Of course, it'd be impossible for a normal hamster, but it would have been possible for Gundams. In fact, we saw that with our very own eyes, right?
Did we? Well, when was this? What was this? Pierce through. Oh. Okay.
Now that
Sure.
you mention it, after Ibuki was killed in the music venue,
No worries, paper.
one of Gundam's
No worries at all.
hamsters retrieved a piece of wallpaper from the baton lighting, right? Hey, with your friends and their exceptionally smart brains, it
One
must
second.
have been possible to secretly get one of them behind Mechamaru and press the button on the back of his neck.
How about it, Gundam?
Not just myself, but you actually brought up how splendid my subordinates are. I have no recourse but to admit it.
Admit it? Did you say you admit it?
It appears I've obtained a one-way ticket to hell. Fine! Then you must trample me underfoot and advance. Victory can only be built upon a foundation of corpses. You cannot find peace without sacrifice anywhere. Now, trample this life. Trample it as though it were mere trash on the side of the road. Pull the curtain strings of this worthless performance with your own 2 hands.
You can't say that Gundam doesn't have style. Can't say it at all. Okay. 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 So, where do we start? In the lounge since early morning. Goon time. Goon time. Time did Fujihiko see Nekomaru? Oh god. What time is that? 3:40? 2:40, 2:40. He's sipping slightly for Nagito for some reason. I have some concerns. Happiness. That it? Hey. No, I can't be it. No. Stray boy after leaving the tower. There we go. I'm doing better at higher difficulties. So how does it play? Like what kind of? Because on one hand, that doesn't shock me. I know that like it oftentimes is easier for me to play rhythm-based things on higher difficulties because I can't acclimate to the lower difficulty stuff. Who gathered at the lounge? Well, none of us. Oh, that's you. Okay. Making a face. Wait, what? What? Oh, this is the sad face. Oh, and that's you. Okay, so we need... Okay, so I need to place the clock. Alarm set for 5:30. It's 2:40 a.m. right now. Where does that belong? Wait, what? I don't remember this. Ah, okay, that's when they went out to go change the clock. Gotcha. Alarm set for 5:30 a.m. No one here. Run down the track. God damn. Killed the stray boy after leaving the tower. The butt, right? Really? Oh, okay. So you need to go... Interesting. So you need to... There are... Well, I guess that makes sense. Ground combos, air combos? Or air attacks? Ah, why did Nekomaru fall? There we go. That's what we're looking for with you. Alarm set... Oh god, I don't know. There's no way that's that. No, I didn't think so. There we go. There we go. I woke up at time o'clock. I'm actually kind of happy, like, how much Fuyuhiko has turned around. Kiss the pillar? What now for leaving the tower? What's that of? Alright, there's no way it's that one. And murder. What am I looking for? Is that something we care about? What time we woke up at? I don't know why. Is that what they broke? No, I don't think so. What options do we have left? Is that when we woke up? Ah! Ah! Ah, okay. Okay. So then we go bop with you. I'm assuming at the base of the content. Fantastic. Manga time, boys. Manga time.
Let's first go over the many tricks the killer prepared before they committed the crime. First, they destroyed the contact elevator. This
Trying to finally
separated
piece this
Nagito
together.
and the
I
others
feel
with
so
Strawberry
lost
House
in
from
this.
our group in Grape House. Next, they lured Nekomaru out by himself by turning back all the clocks in the funhouse by 2
Happiness, are you
hours.
on the Hajime X Nagito train?
Additionally, in order to secure
I would not be
the
surprised if
alibi,
that's
the
a
killer went to the
legit,
Strawberry
like,
House
common
lounge
thing.
and set the wall clock's alarm to 5:30 a.m.
And I'm actually surprised if there isn't a, like, a Junko X Nagito. I could see that. Well, I take that. Well, no, I could see that. Because I feel like they would be... I feel like at one point, Nagito could have been drawn to, like, Junko. And then they butt heads. Assuming they were at school. Well, right? Like, assuming they were at school at the same time, which I would assume so. Right? Yeah. So,
After finishing their preparation,
was so bludgeoned with the
went to
2 games.
Strawberry Tower with the necessary tools in hand.
It's
They
funny.
obtain these tools from the octagon, which you can enter once you clear the final dead room. This means the killer discovered the secret of the funhouse faster than anybody else.
Alright, correct me if I'm wrong. Does this not look like a persona pose? I'm thinking, oh god, what's her name? Oh god, the red latex girl with the whip. I want to say it's a whip. That feels like straight out of Persona. Persona 5, particularly, I guess.
That secret being, Strawberry House and Grape House are actually the same building.
I believe in you, Paper. Hold strong. Hold strong. She's only like 5 to 10 minutes. It's
On the morning
okay.
of the incident,
It's okay.
Nekomaru woke up and headed over to Great Tower for a specific reason. There, Fuyuhiko, who was at the lounge by coincidence, witnessed Nekomaru.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what his portrait's gonna look like, Paper.
Fuyuhiko's testimony, that was around 5 a.m., but
Yeah, I don't either,
the
Happiness.
killer had already messed with our perception of time.
I'm not really into Persona.
In actuality,
Like the
Fuyuhiko
day-to-day
witnessed
life
Nekomaru at
sim
7
just doesn't
a.m..
work for me.
That's also the same time Monokuma Tai Chi begins.
Don't mind watching it though.
Nekomaru went to Great Tower to participate in that. However, because the contact elevator was broken, Nekomaru was unable to go to Great Tower. So he decided to try going to Strawberry Tower. But the killer was waiting for him there.
Oh, interesting. I can talk about the execution after it plays.
They were able to press the good night button on the back of Nekomaru's neck.
Just shut down entirely. I wish I had a good night button.
This forced him
Oh, that'd be
to
so
enter
helpful.
sleep mode, rendering him immobile.
Oh, that'd be so helpful.
From there, the killer began preparing to use the ultimate weapon. First, they set the alarm in Nekomaru's chest to 7:30 a.m. so he'd wake up.
Ah. Huh.
Then they tied him up with a metal wire, tied the tip of the wire into a loop, and hung it on the doorknob. After leaving Strawberry Tower, the killer then destroyed the door button to Strawberry Hall.
We make a Danganronpa OC. Nice.
Strawberry Tower,
Yeah, based on what?
and to keep us from discovering the secret of the building's structure that they used to kill Nekomaru.
Elfin here ran like a text-based Danganronpa RP game. Telling about it sounds
They used the secret octagon
pretty intense, but
passageway
really
to
cool.
travel to Grape House. After arriving at Grape Hall, they pressed the button to open the door to the tower. When that happened, the elevator-like floor of the tower began descending.
Any idea for what their talents would be?
Nekomaru's body was still inside, dangling upside down in midair from the wire. The killer entered Grape Tower to see if their setup was successful.
Yeah.
And placed a hammer on the floor to look like the weapon, then wrapped a chain around the back door. This was done to make us falsely believe we couldn't enter the tower from Strawberry Hall. With this, the killer finished their setup and tried to go back to their room using the secret passage,
And then we get the beep beep. Fun fact?
so they could craft their alibi when Nekomaru died from the fall. But something unexpected happened. Fuyuhiko, who saw Nekomaru earlier, was still at the lounge. As a result, the killer couldn't return to their room, and with no options available, time ran out. The lounge's wall clock alarm started ringing at 5:30. Well, actually 7:30. To avoid a worst-case scenario, the killer was forced to appear in front of Fuyuhiko with the others. When the wall clock's alarm rang, that was also the same time Nekomaru was waking up.
Also, if you want happiness, feel free to join the Discord. We have an art gallery, so if you work on art things, feel free to post over there. Share it, folks. !Discord will get you there. Click on the banner below.
Originally, the loop of wire was only supposed to slip off the doorknob. But because there was a heavier load than expected, the doorknob ended up breaking.
Thank you.
Nekomaru fell from the 4th floor all the way to the 1st floor. He crashed into the pillar, which decapitated him on impact, and died.
Shame.
The sound of Nekomaru's impact echoed throughout the funhouse. However, by this point, the killer's plan was about to fail, thanks to the broken doorknob and Fuyuhiko.
Yeah, he looks very sickly.
Meaning, the killer is someone who wouldn't have heard the alarm if they were in the deluxe room. They also wouldn't have been able to return to their guest room, because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge. That someone is Gundam Tanaka. I can't think of anyone else but you.
I'm doing my best. My best Hajime pose. Oh, I do kind of like his portrait. The hamsters were cute.
That was splendid. For a mere human, you did quite well.
Stop. Stop it already. Stop using weird words to avoid the truth.
Preach, Akane.
I'll friggin' kill you myself!
Preach.
I cannot
Thank
believe
you.
it. I just cannot believe you killed Nekomaru. I cannot believe something like that.
You don't wish to forgive me? Do you feel regret?
Yeah. What is it?
Finish it.
Heterochromatic?
Cast your impure votes for Gundam Tanaka.
My first thought is always Yuna from FF10.
Let the voting time begin.
Sarah, watch this go down. Oh gosh. Oh god, that 32 points hurts a lot. Oh god, it's so bad. It's so bad. I don't think I've gotten anything higher than a B ever. I've been... Oh, God. This has been so bad for me.
This result isn't all that exciting. Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Please pull the lever! Crap! I bit my tongue at the most important part!
What? Alright, let's enjoy this in full.
Nice!
Now then.
Doesn't mean the incident is over? What?
Jeez.
Fall, my tears. Listen well. How pitiful. Fine.
Pretty sure that was Yamada's skill, right? I know I've talked about this before, and there's a difference between his talent in the original versus the ported. Or the dubbed, translated. But I always took it as he was an artist over a writer. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure that's for a very specific reason.
Damn it!
This, too, must be the will of causality.
Your death is the will of causality, buddy.
You.
Let's make history.
Huh.
That is...
Let me tell you this.
Wouldn't that mean that... Yeah, like this would have been the Leon situation, kind of. If it was Nekomaru who was the murderer. Heroes Gotcha Club. Never heard of that.
Could it be?
Sensing even my subtle killing intent, as expected of you, Nekomaru.
The scorching, stinging, tense atmosphere. I've been a team manager for so long, I'd nearly forgotten this. This is great! What a comforting atmosphere!
That's a great one.
And what is your reason? Do you intend to resolve this situation by killing me?
I am the Warlock, Gundam Tanaka. Heroes, Lords of Darkness, and even the gods themselves flee from me. I do not cling to any trivial reason. I'm simply going to kill you because your very existence is an annoyance.
Oh.
You'll drench your soul with evil until the bitter end, huh? Splendid! In response to your spirit, I shall kill you with all of my might. I won't go easy on you. Don't even think about holding back. Don't waste your breath on cowardly tactics. Give me everything you got.
I mean, I respect it.
Nekomaru need I. Your blood will drench the foundation of my empire.
Yeah, I respect it.
Is...
Let me tell you this.
You think, Lightning? That's your take?
You weakling.
What's up, Yoshi? Nothing happened to it. I'm just eating some tacos. Hi, friends. So I was just finishing up some food. How's your night going, Yosh?
Fall, my tears.
We just found the next murderer.
If you flinch, you will die! Let me ask.
Thanks, Yosh.
Fine.
Yeah, rip Gundam indeed.
Listen well.
Killing for the sake of evil. The sake of living is evil.
Shall engulf this
Yeah. Let's talk about this. So, if you say killing for the sake of living is evil, then what would you call giving up on life itself? If the world would consider that justice, then I will fight that world with every last fiber of my being. Like, until his death comes, oh god. So, I mean, yeah, though. Like, I again, right? We have the question of what is this the best case scenario? I think this is, as unfortunate as it is. It means that the other folks can keep on living. Nekomaru is the least human? I'm walking a fine line here. I don't know what I mean to say. I don't know. I feel like if someone had to die, Nekomaru is the first choice, and then if we find out who the killer is, like, whatever, fine. Giving up on life and choosing death is nothing but a blasphemy toward life.
I renounce you.
It is a violation of the natural order. It is the arrogance of humanity. Are you all saying that to justify what you did? But it sounds like Nekomaru felt the same too. That's why they fought, right?
Damn it.
Fine.
That man had the courage to die when he needed to die. That is why he challenged me to our battle. Gundam wasn't going to let himself win the trial. He killed so the others' lives wouldn't go to waste. He chose Nekomaru because he had the same views. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Fall, my
What
tears.
poetry. What a poetic ending. Don't you think it's a better alternative to slowly starving? That belief is why you committed your crime.
You...
Hey, what about the final dead room? Did you do the Russian roulette too?
Let's make history.
Unlike Nagito, I only did it but once. But compared to my battle with Nekomaru, that was mere child's play.
well?
You know, after listening to you talk for a while, I'm starting to think that, well, it's because you unexpectedly admitted your crime without much resistance. Gundam, don't tell me you didn't sacrifice yourself for our sake, did you? Oh no.
My name is Gundam Tanaka.
History's greatest monster. Oh no. My cursed existence is feared by all mankind. There's no way I'd sacrifice myself for the sake of you fools.
Fade like
Not
dust
in a
the
billion,
wind.
not in a billion, not in 10,000 billion years. In the name of pandemonium, it is impossible. Now then, let us be rid of this foolish talk. It's about time the fun started.
Yes, indeed.
Oh no. Oh right, here's the ultimate breeder. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I forgot what his ultimate talent was. I thought it was just like the ultimate like edgelord. I completely forgot he was a breeder. Good lord. Yeah, this is pretty lengthy.
Huh?
This is uncharacteristic.
How pitiful.
An act as unrefined as stopping a man from going to his death does not befit a noble such as yourself. It's fine to start for reals, right?
Fine.
Yes, I do not mind. However,
Is it my four dark devas of destruction?
uh-oh.
Are you worried about me?
Uh-oh.
Oh, my feared four
Uh-oh.
dark devas of destruction. That is not like you at all. However, there is no need to fear. In this world, I am only
It was
a
a
temporary
while.
visitor. I was simply visiting for a moment, and now that my duty is complete, I must return to the darkness. That is why, until the very end, pride, conceit, courage, insolence, fearful of nothing, daunted by nothing.
I don't remember Mondos. I don't remember the build-up to Mondos. Was it long? I just remember Mondo Butter and being so confused. So confused and unsatisfied.
Let us laugh uproariously! That is Gundam Tanaka! I shall stick with my evil until the very end!
What's up, Fair Maru?
Sesame Pandemonium! I shall fill hell with true hell!
Oh gosh.
And everything we've got, it's punishment time!
Oh, that's right. We got the entire lowdown. Oh, that's right. That's right. Are you a Gundam fan? Ah, Gundam fan as well. Fair. What? What? Hold on, this is gonna be full screens. What? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I love the music here. Where are they gonna go? Where are they gonna go though? Oh, that's sad. It's really sad. And poor hamsters. Even after Gundam is gone, the spirit of his parting words still lingered deep in our chests. Don't give up on life. Did I misunderstand what he meant? Then what's the right thing to do? I don't know. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know if I'll ever be able to answer that.
Damn it.
Well, that's an awful thought. I hope the hamsters are okay. We all spent so much time worrying about each other, and thanks to that, things ended up like this. You're all full of shit. Every last one of you. But the biggest piece of shit is me.
Worst.
Oh man. No! Oh god.
Oh.
I hope Akane is not going to be the next, cog in the wheel.
You're
Kazuichi's still around. Not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of Gundam. He's here, he's not here. It's another day. Gundam will most likely crawl his way out of hell, and I presume he'll be very cross with us. Not gonna lie, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Shouldn't just stand here. I mean, it's not like this is over. We still have to do it. He refers to himself as poised because he was bullied. He went to his mom for comfort, and she... Oh, yikes. Yikes. Actually, I've missed out on a good few bits of story for all the other characters. I meant to go back to Danganronpa 1 at some time to get all the side bits with the characters. And I definitely plan to do that with 2 as well. I don't know when though. For the free time, yeah. Who am I in for next victim? Oof. Yo, Kazuichi's been like hit or miss for me, like up and down. I definitely get it, Faye. For the sake of our friends who have died, we need to finish this once and for all. So, don't just stand there. Stand up and walk. Move forward. Live. If you don't, everyone who fought and died will have died in vain. Can't allow that.
Hey!
Uh-oh. How long are you guys gonna sit around chattering? Class trial is over, so it's okay for you to hurry back over to Jabberwock Island. How are we even gonna get back? Real talk. We're stuck in the funhouse still, aren't we? However, the killing school trip will proceed as usual, so make sure you know that. Well, hold on. How much longer are you gonna keep doing this? Jesus, you hate soda. Oh, it's hysterical. I love how passionate people are about their favorite characters.
Now then.
All right, after feeling down for so long, I finally feel refreshed. Let's hurry back and eat some food.
Hey!
Well, hold on a sec. The mood shift is too damn fast.
It's not like that.
Well, you know, it's like Gundam and Nekomaru said. That's what it means to live, right? Oh, you got the tears coming out. Oh my gosh. But seriously, I'm starving.
Hey.
Let's go back for now and eat. And then after we're full, let's sleep as much as we want.
Right?
And then let's do our best again. Iconics, yeah, the best ship. That's like the only ship I support. With this, the class trials has come to an end, and once again we return to Jabberwock Island. That's how I hear him, man. That's how I hear him. Despite that, even if it was just the rest of us, we did our best to stay upbeat and have fun together. Of course, our optimism was only superficial. But at that moment, we were able to forget about the dark despair looming before us. However, the only thing I was worried about was him. He wasn't there. He suddenly disappeared from our sight. Jesus. Oh, easy paper. Oh, hi, Nagito. Never expected to obtain so many valuable things from a simple game of Russian roulette. Look at that smile. Look at that. Thanks to that, I was able to learn the identity of our true enemy. Before everyone else, too. But it's just too funny. I mean, no one could tell that I was lying. There's no way the fella had just Hajime's information. Well, I guess they were too busy with other matters, or maybe they've reached their limit? Regardless, I was saved. Things would get complicated if they found out. Whoa, if they found out what?
Damn it.
Should never talk about himself, I assume. There's no way I can let this run loose. I'll be the one who stops this once and for all. Even if it costs me my life.
It's obvious.
For the sake of hope, I cannot ignore this. Nagito's been like... God, I don't know how I feel about Nagito this entire time. Honestly.
Now then.
Oh, Nagito x Monokuma?
What's this?
Why, it's the lonely little Nagito. Are you all alone tonight too?
What's the matter?
Face looks scary. Because it looks normal. Yo, I felt that. I felt that, Yoshi. I really did. Perhaps you find out who the traitor is? You know me too well.
Wow.
Is what I'd like to say, but fortunately, I haven't learned that yet. Okay, so even you don't know, huh? Looks like the final showdown is gonna take a little more time.
Hello.
So, why'd you summon me anyway? Are you finally gonna confess your love?
Hey.
I summoned you because there's something I really need to ask you. It's about the special prize from the final dead room. Oh yeah, what about it? There's information about 16 people in the file I received. But isn't that weird?
Say what?
What's weird?
You don't even know?
Well, there's a traitor from the Future Foundation hiding among us, right? Including that person. The total number of students would be 16, right?
Isn't that right?
Well, this file contains documents that are created at Hope's Peak Academy, right?
Of course.
That's right. I just reused the stuff that the former headmaster spent a lot of time making.
But
If this file even contains information about the traitor, was that person also a former student of Hope's Peak Academy?
Who knows?
Deku X hospital bed? Deku as in like My Hero Deku? I don't follow.
hey,
Is this your doing? Did you slip false information to the file? Were you trying to keep us from learning the traitor's identity by obtaining this information? What's wrong with that? If it's my job to heat things up, it's okay if I do something small like that, right?
well,
That's not my point.
right?
My point is, you already know who the traitor is. Okay.
You're getting all riled up.
Well, you're splendidly correct when you say I knew who the traitor was all along. But even though I know who it is, why do you think I ignored it on purpose? It's just like Monami after losing her magic stick. The traitor's existence means absolutely nothing to me. Oh god. Nagato x Hajime versus Nagato x Makoto versus Hajime x... God. I feel like the Nagato... Personally, so far, Nagato x Makoto makes the most sense. But I see credence, or like, evidence for Hajime x Nagato x Makoto. Happiness, that is a completely different language than anything I know. I don't understand anything.
No.
Pass on all those options. Well, that's just how I feel. I'm sure you guys feel somewhat different. After all, that person is the evil Future Foundation lackey who's putting you guys through all this awful stuff. That's not entirely true. I didn't really come here to fight or anything like that. Instead, I came here to offer my cooperation, you know? Cooperation?
Hey.
Your purpose is to fill everyone on this island with despair, right? That's why you're intentionally letting the traitor do as they please, right?
Yep.
I don't like the way that Nagato ends, like, every other sentence with right. If that's the case, I might be able to cooperate somewhat too.
Right?
However, in exchange, I want to know who the traitor is. I see. Interesting. Very interesting.
No.
Obviously, that's a big no-no.
Unbelievable.
I want to make everyone in your group feel despair. That includes you, too.
Well,
I knew you would say that. I just want to be able to handle the sadness when you inevitably betray me later on. Just as I thought, you saw right through me.
you're right.
No matter what situation I find myself in, my core way of thinking will never change. I wonder if that, like, includes his pre-amnesic life. You're a true believer of hope, after all. I must say that belief reminds me of that person for some reason. That person, you say?
Huh?
What person? They must be extremely unlucky. Makoto?
Like...
But you're just as unlucky, right? I mean, the fact that you're even involved in something like this.
Wow.
Am I? I actually think I'm very lucky.
Say what?
You don't know?
Wouldn't you say that coming across this much despair is a rather rare opportunity? If I can eliminate despair from this island, I won't be a stepladder anymore. I'll become true hope. Is that his goal? He wants to become the ultimate hope? Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Please stop spamming. Thank you. The two of you are alike. You definitely remind me of him. I've got to assume Makoto at this point.
Hey.
Okay.
See?
Who are you waiting for on this island? Looks like I'm right again. You're definitely waiting for someone on this island. Is the person you're waiting for already on this island?
Hey.
If that's the case, if that person's already on this island, would that be exciting? God. What? What? What day are we at? Day 5. 4 days have passed. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. We're getting to the end of days soon. We're about to hit apocalypse. So long, Neko. So long and goodbye. More questions and no answers. I don't want pictures of Spider-Man. I want answers. Man. Is shipping a form of torture now? What? What? Oh my gosh. All right. Well, that is where we're going to be calling it for the night. Yeah, we got his earring. We got his earring. A part of it. A part of Gundam will always live on, guys. Always. Good Lord. What's up, Aper? What's up? Yeah, so like this is gonna be it for Danganronpa. It's come a bit later than I expected. But unfortunately that's just sometimes how it plays out. Yeah, rip hamster husband. Indeed. Indeed. Guys, I really do appreciate sticking through tonight. We are going to be playing more Danganronpa on Friday. Tomorrow we've got D&D starting around 9:30 Central Time, Mine Time. So if you're into the D&D things, stop on by. It's always a really chill time. Before then, though, we are going to be trying out the new Kingdom Hearts game demo. Memories of Melody of Memories. And then we'll be back to Danganronpa on our normal schedule and all that fun stuff. So, yeah. If you're here for the Danganronpa, I'll see you on Friday. Have a good night, y'all. In the meantime, let's go see who's live. And guys, stay with me. Stay with me for a second. Let's go give someone a raid. Let's go see who's doing the fun stuff. And see who we can, have a good night. If you want to join the Discord, ! Discord is going to get you there. You can stay up to date on stuff outside the stream and just chat, keep up to date on stream stuff and whatever else is happening. If you do the Twitter things, follow me on Twitter. Hey, it's still same thing as Twitch, where I also just post random nonsense.